session, and then we'll be back. Shouldn't be too long, but I can't guarantee, but we will be back. Thank you. We're going to close session. We have to.
We begin this meeting by acknowledging that Quinte West is on Indigenous land that has been inhabited by Indigenous peoples from the beginning. We thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Long before today, there have been Indigenous peoples who have been the stewards of this place. In particular, we acknowledge the traditional territories of the Anishinaabeg, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte First Nation. This territory is covered by numerous treaties. We recognize and deeply appreciate their historic connection to this place. We also recognize the contribution of the Métis, Inuit, and other Indigenous peoples have made, both in shaping and strengthening this community in particular, and our province and country as a whole. This acknowledgement serves as recognition of the contributions and historical significance of Indigenous peoples across Turtle Island and demonstrates our collective commitment to meet the promises and address the challenges of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission within our community.
Please be seated. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here, and we've got a lot on the agenda, but we'll get through it, guaranteed. Okay, I'm going to start out with any pecuniary interests by anyone, any member of council. Clear that closed. Thank you very much. And get that next page. Okay. I need approval of the minutes of regular council meeting held on July 17th. Councilor McHugh moves, seconded by Councilor Sharp. Comments or questions? All in favor? Thank you very much. And minutes of the regular personnel committee meeting held on July 17th, and further the minutes of the closed session personnel committee meeting held on July 17th. So I need a mover and a seconder. Councilor Siddall, Councilor Armstrong, comments or questions? All in favor? Thank you very much. Okay. Public meetings, we have tonight for the City Council, Quinte West, a public meeting concerning surplus land being described as 149 North Murray Street. And we'll, I guess, Caleb, are you going to speak to this, or who is speaking to this one? Josh isn't here, so Virginia, are you?
Mr. Mayor, our clerk's going to read out the information for the meeting.
The Council for the City of Quinte West will now hold a public meeting concerning surplus land being described as 149 North Murray Street, Trenton Ward, particularly as part of Lot 1, Concession 1, Part 1, Plan 21R 14184, Township of Sydney, formerly in the City of Trenton, now in the City of Quinte West, County of Hastings, being PIN 404150131. This is the public's opportunity to voice any objections or concerns they may have with respect to the application.
Thank you.
I can advise that notice was published in the Trentonian and Community Press on July 25th and August 1st, 2024, and published on the city's website on July 25th. The purpose of the application was previously discussed in confidential staff report QW 2024-00093 from Jacqueline Grimman, Director of Community Services and Strategic Partnerships, and Josh McChesney, Manager of Legislative Services, City Clerk. No comments or written submissions were received.
Thank you. Any people who'd like to make a presentation with respect to this? Anyone? No? No, got nothing, so, okay, so if there's no one wishing to make a presentation regarding this application, then we would, council will give further consideration of the application at the September 4th regular council meeting when the bylaw will be presented and the public meeting regarding this matter is now closed. Okay? Thank you. Go ahead. Next one.
So, Mr.
Development
Mayor,
charges.
you can introduce the second public meeting.
Okay, so tonight the council for the city of Quinte West regarding public meeting under Section 12 of the Development Charges Act as amended. The purpose of the meeting is to give public an opportunity to ask questions, provide comments, and make presentations on the 2024 Development Charges background study. The study circulates new development charges for the city of Quinte West. And anything else, Virginia, to add to that? If not, then we'll go on to.
Notice was provided by a half-page ad in the July 18th, 2024 local Post Media newspapers and on the City of Quinte West website commencing on July 11th, 2024. Quinte West Council is holding a public meeting under Section 12 of the Development Charges Act as amended. Purpose of the meeting is to give the public an opportunity to ask questions, provide comments, and make representations on the 2024 Development Charges background study. This study calculates new development charges for the City of Quinte West services. And we did receive one submission that I'll read. This was received from Joel Fox on this morning. Dear Mayor and members of Council, Joel Fox, 568 Fox Road. I am writing this letter to comment on the proposed development charges. I had hoped to make it to the meeting today, but unfortunately there is too much farm work to be done. I don't like the proposed development charge increase. Through my best research, I couldn't help being convinced that development charges will have a more negative effect than would be a property tax increase, but I am not writing to convince you of this. Given the unsavory state of the asset management plan, it is a futile effort, I feel, to try and get you to not raise the development charges. They can, however, be improved, so let me make some suggestions and share my concerns. The current development charges increase proposed calculates the rates of 4 different housing unit types based on the average occupancy rates of the previous 25 years. The previous 25 years will skew towards higher rates on apartments, as 1- and 2-bedroom apartments have always been used closer to their max capacity, while single-family homes have not traditionally been as fully occupied. The future likely will see single-family homes filled closer to the room capacity as children move to live with their parents more. Room rentals become more common, and the housing crisis squeezes people into available spaces. That being said, even disregarding that, the population per unit used in the development charge calculation seems dubious. Are we really to believe that townhomes and duplexes will have fewer people compared to 2+ bedroom apartments? Why even are 2-bedroom apartments lumped in with 3+ bedroom apartments? How many 3+ bedroom apartments are there even in the city? If 2-bedroom apartments were in their own category, they would only have a 25-year average of 1.690. Moreover, all single-family homes are lumped into one category, with 2-bed homes dragging the average occupancy rate down. But how many new single-family detached homes are being built with only 2 bedrooms? Is it 30% of new homes? Because if not, this is leading to a subsidized rate for single-family homes. All this leaves me wondering, why not just calculate the residential development charge in the same way as the commercial development charge, based on square footage? Sure, it's not perfect. Some people with luxuriously large houses might pay a bit too much, but the current rate based on PPU is far from perfect, and it penalizes small apartments instead. And of course, the imperfection of square foot calculation applies to commercial as well. Since square foot is meant to accommodate employee count, which is going to result in some unfair situations that the current proposal seems to accept as inevitable. If inequity is inevitable, then egalitarianism says that we should let that inequity fall on those who can most afford it. My other concern is there is no differentiation made here for infill development in the core and greenfield development on the outskirts. The cost to service the city core are much deeper, so this again seems like a subsidization of the large homes going up outside the city core. Ottawa did a study a number of years ago that greenfield developments paid less taxes than they consumed in infrastructure and services, while urban core properties paid more. These development charges favor greenfield development, which eats good agricultural land, which many farmers like myself are concerned about, and it financially burdens cities besides. There already is a distinction made on development charge based on water service area or not, so it seems likely that you could differentiate rates based on infill versus sprawl. Though, if you can't, basing the charge on square footage would improve the situation somewhat, as infill development will skew towards smaller housing units, while sprawl usually is where the McMansions are built. Sincerely, Joel Fox.
So, work this here. Okay. So further to that introduction, again, the intent for this meeting is to provide the public an opportunity to provide input on the development charge background study and draft bylaw, with council and stakeholders already having an opportunity to review this information, but again, a further opportunity to provide additional comment. A really high level just introduction on development charges. So they're a tool available to municipalities under the Development Charges Act to recover the growth-related costs, growth-related capital costs, I should say, of new development, and these being the costs that are in addition to the local service requirements of individual developments, such as their local roads and underground infrastructure. And so with respect to the study process that's been proceeded through to date, it actually commenced in April of last year and proceeded through to the end of the year in terms of working through the background study information, as a lot of time was spent understanding some of the legislative changes that were continuing to come about and how those might impact the city. During that process, the overall background study process was presented to council in July of last year, before we proceeded through to understanding the draft findings with city staff throughout spring up to May of this year, before presenting draft findings to council in June, releasing the study publicly on June 13th, and then commencing development industry stakeholder consultation with a formal presentation and question and answer session on July 10th, and then continuing receipt and response to ongoing questions that have been received from the Quinte Home Builders Association. And that continues to be ongoing as we speak. So at a high level, the methodology that's required to be followed under the Development Charges Act commences looking at what the anticipated amount, type, and location of growth is. For that anticipated growth, there's been a detailed assessment of what the increase in need for services and ultimately what the anticipated capital needs will be to meet that increase in need for service in response to that incremental growth that's anticipated. And when looking at that increase in need or demand, there's a couple tests that need to be met in terms of making sure there is council intent that those needs will be met, as well as that the average level of service is not greater than what was in place over the prior 15-year period. After witnessing certain deductions that need to be recognized, such as whether the costs have any benefit to existing development, and whether there's any grants or other subsidies anticipated towards those needs, the net development charge recoverable costs are portioned over that same increment of development to calculate the charges on a residential unit basis or on a per square foot of non-residential gross floor area basis. So in terms of the specific service areas that have been included in the background study, some services have been looked at over a 10-year period, consistent with and over a 20-year period, consistent with the growth projections in your official plan. And those would include over the 10-year period, fire protection, police, transit, parks and recreation, library, ambulance, and waste diversion services, Roads or services related to a highway, which includes your roads and related infrastructure, has been assessed over a 20-year period, consistent with prior background studies. And then the water and wastewater services that are required in the urban serviced area have been assessed over the full build-out of those areas, consistent with the assumptions in the city's water and wastewater master plans. And I'll also note that study costs do continue to be eligible with the recent changes to the Development Charges Act. So the growth forecast, just to give you some of the high-level observations on the forecast growth over those respective forecast periods, over the 10-year forecast period would see about 8% population growth and 2% employment growth. Over the 20-year period, similar annual rates of growth consistent with the official plan, about 15% population growth over that period, or 4% employment growth. And then over the full build of the urban area, there would be about just under 19,000 population growth and just under 3,400 employment growth. So significant population employment growth beyond the 20-year period anticipated in the Water and Wastewater Master Plan. So with respect to that increase or that growth that's anticipated, across those various service areas, about $450 million in capital needs have been identified. We can see that not all of those are recoverable from development charges. In the green section of the chart, we can see about a third of those costs would be deducted as a benefit to existing development, or about $153 million. About 7% of the costs are what we call a post-period benefit, being costs that are related to growth, but are of a benefit to growth beyond the forecast periods. And so the majority of that is related to roads projects that are of a benefit to growth beyond 20 years. Then there's other deductions, about 2% of the cost, and about 2% of the costs are also deducted, or about $9 million, with respect to the existing development charge reserve funds that have already been collected towards these needs, and so are deducted so that they're not being counted again against future development. So then of the about $247 million that's anticipated in response to growth over those respective forecast periods, the vast majority of that is related to the water, wastewater, and services related to a highway. So we can see about 71% of those costs are for wastewater over the full build-out of the urban areas, about 13% for water services over that full build-out, and about $34 million, or about 14% of the costs for services related to a highway over the 20-year period. So all of the other services that have been assessed over a 10-year period represent only about $4.4 million, about 2% of the total recoverable cost. So then based on those anticipated capital needs and the anticipated growth, the charge has been calculated consistent with the current charge structure, as well as the predominant rate structure that are imposed across the province. And that's imposed on a residential dwelling unit basis, either for single and semi-detached dwellings, apartments of 2-bedroom or greater, 1-bedroom and bachelor, or other multiples, and then per square meter of gross floor area for non-residential development. The charge is also presented here by service area within the municipal-wide services, or the services that are only applicable in the areas that are serviced by water and wastewater. And so in aggregate, what we can see is for low-density housing, the charge would be $11,951, decreasing to as low as $5,198 for a 1-bedroom and bachelor apartment. When adding in the urban services for water and wastewater, we can see that total charge would be, for low-density development, $37,525, again decreasing to as low as $16,321 for bachelor and 1-bedroom apartments. The charge for non-residential development per square meter in the fully urban serviced area would be $193.10 per square meter. So then looking at how that charge compares to your current charges, that's presented here by individual service area for low-density development, first of all. And what I would just highlight here is that when we look at the municipal-wide services, which are going up by about $5,350 in aggregate, the vast majority of that is related to increase for services related to a highway. As you can see, that charge is going up by just under $5,000. So as we saw in the earlier pie chart, the majority of these costs are related to roads, water, and wastewater. And then similarly, when we look at the area-specific or urban services, we can see that those charges are going up per unit by $17,164, or in aggregate for a low-density home in the urban serviced area, the charge would go up from $15,010 to $37,500, just over a $22,500 increase per dwelling unit. On the non-residential side, similar rates of increase in those same service areas again. So we see a 164% increase in the non-residential charge in the urban serviced areas, going up from $73 roughly to about $193 per square meter. So then what we also wanted to highlight for council and the public is how these charges compare to other municipalities. And so recognizing that there are many factors that influence where development will locate and the demand for housing, what we're trying to assess here is the relative impact of development charge policy in comparison to neighboring municipalities. And so this chart looks at the current charges for the city as indicated by the gray arrow, and then where the fully calculated charges are as indicated by the blue arrow, and as well as the fully imposed charges in other municipalities. And these include not only the area municipal charges, but also upper tier development charges and education development charges where those are applicable. And so what I would note here is that the city's current charge is at the low end of this comparison. With the fully calculated charge, what we can see is that that would move up to essentially the mid-range of the top 7 municipalities. And we see those top 7 being Sterling, Rawdon, Port Hope, Trent Hills, Quinte West, Cobourg within their Cobourg East area, Brighton, and the Wellington serviced area within Prince Edward County. Those charges ranging between about $34,000 and $45,000 in total, putting you in that same relative range as those other municipalities. And just for clarity, what I also want to make sure I highlight is that the charges presented here for Brighton, Sterling, Rawdon, and Port Hope are draft charges that are in their draft or in their final development charge background studies but have not yet been put into effect. And then as well, when we look at some of the other municipalities on sort of the cusp of that upper end, municipalities like Kingston, Prince Edward County, Greater Napanee, Hamilton Township are all undertaking updated development charge background studies this year. And then looking at commercial and then following side industrial development, similar increases in the total charge from the low end up to sort of that upper mid-range of the comparison. And again with industrial development with charges currently being fully exempt, if those charges were imposed, that would move the city up in a similar range of the draft charges in Sterling, Rawdon, Trent Hills, and Port Hope. So to finish off, I just want to highlight the pertinent policies that govern the implementation of development charges. So first, in terms of the calculation and collection of the charges, for the most part, they will be calculated and collected at building permit issuance. The exceptions to that are that for any developments proceeding through site plan or zoning bylaw amendment approvals under the Planning Act, those charges will be calculated when those applications are made earlier in the approvals process and held frozen at that rate until building permit issuance, provided the building permit is issued within 18 months of the approval of the application. That was formerly 2 years prior to changes under Bill 185. For rental housing and institutional developments, they are required to pay their charges in 6 equal annual installments commenced from the date of occupancy. For any other development, council does have the ability under the Act to enter into deferred payment agreements on a case-by-case basis. For those charges are calculated early in the approvals process, or for the mandatory installment payments for rental and institutional, interest can be charged, and that is prescribed in the Act at a maximum rate of the average prime rate plus 1%. In terms of the exemptions to the payment of development charges, there are some cases that are identified in the Act as statutory exemptions that you must witness, and so you don't charge development charges on yourselves or other levels of government or school boards, land that's intended for use by a university. Any existing industrial buildings can expand by up to 50% without development charges being paid on that expansion below 50% of the existing gross floor area. Then there's also exemptions for additional residential units within single detached, semi-detached, or row houses, where you can add up to 2 additional units, with only one of those being in an ancillary structure. Other exemptions that have been added or modified through Bill 23 back at the end of 2022 include nonprofit housing, inclusionary zoning affordable housing units, affordable units that are identified in the province's bulletin, with those exemptions coming into effect on June 1st. There's also attainable units that are in the Act as exemptions, but that definition has not yet been released by the province, and so it is not yet in effect. And then there are further discounts for rental housing development depending on the number of bedrooms in the dwelling unit. Non-statutory exemptions, so those that are in the city's bylaw, that the council has previously elected to include, or that where there's a lot levy, impost fee, or development charge that is collected as a condition of a lot created by consent, development charges will not be payable. For any development within the commercial core areas of the city, there would also be a grant equal to development charges payable. And then previously or currently, industrial development is exempt. The city is proposing to discontinue that exemption. One of the last policies that I wanted to highlight were redevelopment credits. And so they are in place to recognize that where you have an existing building that has an existing level of service, it is converted to a new use or demolished and replaced. The replacement of the existing building does not represent an increase in demand for new services, and so development charges should not be payable. And so the policy within the bylaw that's proposed to be continued is that redevelopment must occur within 3 years of demolition, and the credit, of course, cannot exceed the amount of development charges that would otherwise be payable. And so lastly, in terms of the administration of the bylaw, consistent with your current policies and as allowed under the Act, the charge will be indexed on a mandatory basis to allow the charges or the charges to keep pace with the underlying capital cost increases. The bylaw is slated to come back to council for approval on September 4th. That's the earliest that the bylaw could come into effect, but council could elect to have a later implementation date as well. And there's a couple notes on that in terms of the potential impacts on revenue collection of a deferred implementation date for the bylaw. The city has undertaken projections of development charge revenue for the September to year-end period, and estimating about a $1.4 million difference in DC collections if the current charge was maintained until the end of the year versus imposing the fully calculated charge. And of course, the impact of that would be deferring development charge revenue collection that would increase the need for DC debt in the interim period based on the significant capital expenditures that the city is anticipating undertaking. And that sort of further increases that pressure on the reserve funds, as the city has previously highlighted for council in staff reports. So lastly, in terms of the next steps in the process then, so there's continued consultation with stakeholders, as I mentioned earlier. That's ongoing in terms of continued dialogue and response to questions and concerns that have been raised. The bylaw coming back for passage and consideration at the September 4th council meeting, and then the bylaw effective date implementation is yet to be determined at council discretion.
We're open for questions or comments. Can either reference a consultant or anybody else. Anyone want to make a presentation in regard to the proposal? Come on up, one at a time, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Morehouse, resident of Quinte West for almost 16 years now, and owner of Eco Mulch, mulch manufacturing facility just outside of Frankfurt. I have two comments, questions kind of around this. One is looking at the big picture. So when I first moved here, the discussion, early on discussion for the marina and the justification for it, when it was improves tourism, improves the city image. If you look at the marina dollar for dollar, it doesn't necessarily make sense for a city to have it, but if you look at the big picture, it makes sense for the city. Much the same way when I look at the exemption for the industrial development. Industrial lands, industrial property, the tax rate is the highest tax rate. So industrial property brings in a lot of tax revenue. That generates jobs. Manufacturing is a very key part of our area. So when I look at it big picture wise, you have the big picture for the marina for the tourism side and for the overall picture, and that fits into the exemption aspect of the industrial side. One of the things that attracted me when I started, obviously I lived here, but when I looked, compared between Belleville, Brighton, and Quinte West, was that exemption was in place here at the time, and it would help starting a new business, growing a business. Cash is always the most challenging at the beginning, and so when I look at it now with this change, it changes plans and might change potentially, because it gets expensive when you look at $193 per square meter at 164% increase is substantial. So that's kind of why I was looking at for big picture. You also look, then you look at why would you go Quinte West versus, let's say, Belleville. If they, now, I was trying to figure out whether they still have the exemption. If they don't, even at that, they're $98 per square meter for non-residential for their development charge. So it would be effectively double that of Belleville, which to me doesn't make sense because it's very similar cities. In fact, Belleville has more services for large industry than Quinte West. And we want to grow our houses, but you need jobs, and you could have the people living in Quinte West and commuting to Belleville, but if you want to build a very strong community, you need to have those jobs here as well. So big picture wise, I don't understand the removing of the exemption in this situation. The second question I had is more specific for me, and that is I have a very outdoor design business, and example recently, I'm just going through building a $30,000, just 30 by 50 coverall structure. Gravel floor, no utilities, just to store bag mulch and that in. So I spent $30,000 purchasing it. I've gone through all the engineered drawings. I'm in the site control plan amendment right now, phase of it. I would have to pay, based on new calculations, $13,000 in development charges on a $30,000 coverall that has no utilities to store goods, low-value goods. If I want to take the next step, in the next few years, I was planning to build a larger coverall, a 50 by 100 foot coverall, no ends to store soil, because there is currently no dry soil storage in this area. If you want to get dry storage soil in the spring or in the winter in the shoulder seasons, it has to be trucked in from Toronto, which is in Ajax, it's the closest facility with dry storage. Based on that, I had already received quotes looking at $120,000 to have a facility like that built. Once again, dirt floor, no utilities, open ends. The actual rate that I'd be paying is $37,000, just over $37,000 in development charge and $120,000 coverall. So that's when you look at your scenarios, if you're building a multi-million-dollar complex, brick and mortar, the numbers get a little bit more easier to absorb. But when you're building, there's no differentiation. It's just a structure. You're building a coverall. It doesn't make any sense as well. So I do not agree with removing the exemption, because I think the cost-benefit analysis, which I don't know if one was done, but if there was one done, with the benefit of having that exemption in place and attracting the businesses in, because of course you get the tax revenue is almost for a lifetime. I mean, it's forever. Once a facility is built, it's built. The city's getting that tax revenue forever. So getting that 1 or 2 extra plants in might actually might actually nullify the increased development charges. But I don't know if that analysis was done. I didn't see any paperwork for it. So there's that aspect, and then also differentiating structures, because like I said, it doesn't make sense when you have a lower value structure for it. So those kind of were my 2 points and questions.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up.
Hello, I'm John Van Heusen, co-owner of Van Heusen Homes, currently serving as the past president of the Quinte Home Builders Association, and also act as the co-chair of the Builder Developer Advisory Group that the Quinte Home Builders has. And so I'm here representing the Quinte Home Builders Association. So I appreciate all your time and your willingness to hear us out as we're discussing these development charge issues. So first, I kind of just, for everybody's interest, I want to be able to, just got to figure out how this thing works. Up or down? It's red.
There. Whoops.
There we go. Did I go too far? So the QHBA has been a leading voice in the construction industry in this region for over 65 years. We represent over 130 various member businesses that are involved in the residential construction industry. As an organization, we work really hard to strive to build really good relationships with all of the different organizations that we interact with, be that federal government, provincial government, and municipalities, because we believe in building strong relationships that will result in positive results and changes for our industry, which is a very significant industry, as you'll soon see, but is very close to home these days. When you hear all kinds of reports about a housing crisis and the supply of proper housing for everybody. This is a big issue, and this is at the core of what we do as members of this association. This is what we represent when we come to you today. We really view the residential construction industry as an industry, as a big player within the economic field of our areas. If you look here, these are data for the greater Quinte area, data numbers. But basically our industry represents over 5,554 jobs in the industry. The wages that we're paying, these are numbers based on 2022, so it's a little bit higher now, but we bring $392 million in wages that are spent here in the local economy. And what it represents is people investing in the projects that we build to an amount of about $8.26 million. And for a lot of people, that's the wealth that they're building in their lives through the construction of their principal dwelling. So it's a very significant industry. We bring a lot of value to the area and contribute large portions to the economic strength and growth of the area and of Quinte West as well. So really what we're here to discuss is the development charge bylaw and the current proposal that sits before us. We recognize as an industry that DCs are a tool that the municipality can use to help offset the costs of infrastructure like we heard. We also agree that with the notion that growth needs to help pay for growth going into the future. We also understand that increases are needed from time to time as costs continue to climb. However, proposed increases like we've heard of 144% all the way up to 164% seem unreasonable in a one-time increase, especially in the current economic situation and the housing crisis that we're faced with right now. The current bylaw, which wasn't passed that long ago, had a 9% increase. At that time, if you remember, we made deputations as well, and we were in favor of those increases and they made sense. That bylaw is currently in place and has not expired yet. So one of the questions we will have is, why is this change being proposed early while the other bylaw is still in place? It also provides us with some opportunity to have ongoing dialogue into the future, knowing that we're not up against a deadline that we have to have a new bylaw in place. What I would think is really important to note about development charges and the fees that go with it is they are in fact a fee. It's not a fee that's paid by a developer specifically or a builder specifically. It becomes part of the cost of the house, and that fee gets passed on to the end consumer. So right now, if this bylaw as proposed gets passed, a current resident in Quinte West or one looking to move to Quinte West is going to see a $22,515 minimum increase to the cost of the house if they were to buy today versus September if the implementation happens in September. I don't know anybody who can save at that rate, and I don't know how anybody can adjust to those types of increases in that kind of time frame. We recognize that costs have skyrocketed over the last 5 years, and it just seems to be spiraling out of control. I can appreciate the slides where we do a comparison with all of our neighbors, but I think it's important to look at this also from a different perspective. So if you're looking at it saying, hey, we'll be kind of with the average people, we're collecting an appropriate amount, that doesn't do service to the fact that are you actually collecting an amount that is respective to your actual needs of pipe in the ground and your ability to grow. because there is an advantage as well to having a competitive advantage and having the ability to track people, because your cost to build and cost to start a house or any living unit is less than your neighbors. The other kind of aspect that we wanted to highlight when considering this bylaw and what needs to happen going into the future is that increasing a development charge isn't just a one-off increase that affects only people who buy new houses. The Fraser Institute, for example, did a study which showed that as you increase your development charges, that increases the value of your house, which increases your impact calculation, which increases the amount of property tax that you pay. Also, as a builder, when I incur all the costs, even though technically this would be a fee that is HST exempt, when I turn that whole package of a product over to my consumer, I have to charge HST on the entire package. So in effect, you're having that $22,000 plus the HST plus the increased impact implication to all of the people and the value of the houses going forward. Another item about that, is what was indicated by my friend here was that the DC charges do not cover all of the related costs associated with these infrastructure projects and everything going aside from that. So that money does need to be raised to basically unlock the development charge fund collected. So you saw within that calculation there was a DC reserve of 9.3 million, that being this money that's collected that hasn't been able to be used yet. So when you have a larger project, and sometimes DCs only cover about 50% of the cost, if you're saying these are the projects that we're going to do and this is the money that we're going to raise, that other 50% does need to be accounted for. And if you don't have that money in your general tax reserve right now, it means you either have to outsource it from the feds or from the province, or you have to raise taxes, or you have to raise user rates. But either way, it's going to mean an increased cost to everyone. From our perspective, this argument comes up pretty much in every DC background study and process with municipalities to get it from concept to reality. But when the DC study is requested, this one in this case was requested in February 2003, until June 2024, we had said, hey, we're here. We want to have input on the process. We want to be talking about it through it, so it's not this last minute come to the table and say, hey, how come you didn't include us type discussion. And so that time was allotted for staff and for the consultants to do the study. The original timeline would have had this meeting as the adoption of the bylaw, and that meant we had basically a month to give you a report on a 181-page document that is full of all kinds of complex discussions and stuff like that, and for us to give you a clear and cogent response that means anything, you know, in a situation where you're developing a subdivision and you do a peer review study of any of the elements of it, you know, the engineers go back and forth, they get kind of equal time to do it, and we feel that in the process, even though now we have a slight extension of another 30 days, we still need more time to have that meaningful input with the consultants and with city staff to make sure that the numbers are correct. And this is where a meeting like this gets really difficult, because the document is very detailed and is very technical, and there are a lot of different aspects at play, as I'm sure you've witnessed in hearing the presentation. And so it's not really the place for us to break open every project and say, well, we think this project should be included and this one shouldn't, and this number needs to be shifted in that one, because it's way too complex. Hence the need for a meeting with our organization, city staff, and the consultant ongoing to make sure that all those rocks are turned over and we're not missing them in the 30 days that we still have before the next meeting. But I am going to give you one example of what we feel as an organization and how we see this working now. The number that was given was based on a number of projects and a number of items that the city wants to address, wants to do moving forward. Whether or not we agree with that list is still a list that is compiled. It's compiled by people, and it's not set in stone until you approve this bylaw. Then it's the list that's set in stone. So there's subjectivity to that. And one of the numbers I'm going to take issue with, just as an example of the subjectivity, is population and unit forecast growth. So the official plan, which is before the province right now that we went through, we had some of these discussions about the projected population growth at that time because they were considered low, especially given the amount of growth we've had in the last 7 years. And so the argument led to a slightly increased level, but it was still a level that the calculation that was going for the next 20 years of how many units per year on average would be built, the number was going to be, let me see here, it was going to be 207 units per year was what the official plan is. Now, it's not yet approved by the province, so it's still technically in draft state, but that's what that official plan was based on and was agreed upon. The current study shows that if you calculate it over 20 years, they're projecting growth conservatively at only 163 units per year over a 20-year period. If you take the data, the hard data of what's happened over the last 7 years, and the reason I say 7 years is because in 2013 to 2015, a shift happened where a lot of people decided Quinte West was a great place to come and live, and we saw huge growth in our population that has been sustained and is continuing. You know, obviously we have a bit of a market downturn now, but I firmly believe it's going to continue into the future. But if you look at that average, it puts us at 264 units per year over the next 20 years. That's a difference of 100 units per year, which is about 60% under calculation of what most likely our population growth is going to be. So even if we just took that issue and we said, hey, we agree with you, let's do that, that's going to result in a per unit reduction, but you're still going to get the same money over the same time because we are actually going to be making more houses and it'll be spread over the time period as required. It's still within the build out cycle, it's still within all of that, but it's just a way that we're determining what is going to be our population growth going forward. And it's an example like that of why for us, we feel that we really need to look at this because 150% increase for anybody who runs a business or anybody who wants to pay for anything a business has is almost untenable as an increase. For us, and I understand that, you know, the way the development charge bylaw works, if you say this is the number and you give us a break, you have to make up the difference. I think that's a little silly because then I think you better say that number a bit more accurate. But coming up with a development charge amount that increases at a periodic way so that the market can adapt it and can change to it and get used to it rather than such a steep jump, those are things that we need to have discussions about and implementing it so that you're not bound by a study that says you have to raise X in this period of time when you know full well that you're going to raise it over the lifetime of the development charge bylaw. And that's just kind of the example I was giving you. There's a number of other aspects to the study that we need to have our attention turned to with our experts as well so that we come up with a number that meets the economy and meets our needs. And you know, if this is the absolute Cadillac, well, maybe we do need to come up with a plan that's a little more, you know, conservative for the time being. The good point is the old bylaw remains in place, so you won't be stuck in a situation if you don't prove this at this point that you're without a development charge bylaw, and that would be a much more difficult situation that Belleville found them in before. So really, what are the next steps? What are the core of our ask? I feel like we need to extend the timelines to give us as an industry partner in this time to thoroughly go over and have all our responses and to work with staff as well in terms of what the inputs are going to be into this study, and that if at all we can consider a phased-in approach of this. If the number is a large number, if we can at least come up with a way to design it so that it comes in gradually, that would be very helpful for the industry. We want to see from this a commitment to collaboration with our industry. We want to have the true input into this discussion as this is a specific issue, but going forward, you know, we're doing this in the city of Belleville where we meet regularly, quarterly with the planning department and engineering department and building department, and those meetings have borne a lot of fruit for us as we're able to talk about issues up front, give our input up front, so that by the time they're reaching this point, I'm not standing here saying, hey, we need to put the brakes, unless we disagree, of course. But we're saying, yep, it's a good proposal going forward. And then the final thing we're asking for is that if you pass this bylaw with these projects like they are, we want accountability that they're going to be built, and they're going to be built in a timely fashion, and that those are the projects that are going to be built, as opposed just to a collection of a large development fee and a taking of the funds as projects come available. So that's kind of all I had today to say, but for you to consider. It's an important issue for us. We want to remain competitive. We want to make sure everybody knows what these fees are and how it's going to impact their home purchases in the future, and to make sure that it's no higher than it needs to be.
Okay, thank you very much, John. I'm going to let everybody speak, and then we'll come back to questions.
Great.
And we'll
Thank you.
you have to stick around a little while. Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak, please come forward.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Mark Klemetzik, and I'm speaking on behalf of Klemetzik Homes, a long-term land developer and home builder. We do both aspects of residential construction. I apologize if some of my comments overlap those made by John's very thorough presentation. We did not get together prior to this, so my presentation is brief and there will be some repetition.
We would hope that they do overlap.
Well, they do overlap, yes.
Yes.
And we've covered some of the same points. To say I will be as brief as I can.
Thank you.
I'm sure we all agree that growth is vital to the health and vibrancy of our community. In order for well-planned and responsible growth to take place, a cooperative collaboration between the municipal government and the development industry is important. We are appreciative of the efforts made by Quinte West, by the council, by staff over the years, and continue to be made to facilitate new development. We are well aware of the role that development charges play in responsible growth. The executive summary of the very extensive and detailed, and as John mentioned, extremely complicated report by Watson states that development charges exist as a method of providing recovery for growth-related capital expenditures. In order to do that, the report identifies servicing needs to accommodate growth. What are some of these items needed to accommodate growth? The commonly agreed items are the infrastructure, roads, sewers, water mains, treatment plants that are required for new development. Also included in the list is expansions to existing municipal services such as libraries, police, fire, recreation, and similar services to ensure that the existing levels of service can be maintained even with the population growth anticipated. All of these have been very completely and thoroughly included in the report and accounted for. My first point of concern is that there are also a large number of items listed that are very questionable as to their legitimacy as growth-related needs. The report identifies items such as trail networks and active transportation paths. Included in these are trails from Trenton to Frankfurt, trails from Bain Park to Centennial Park, trails from Dufferin Avenue to the Murray Canal, from the Murray Canal to Young's Cove, paving and lighting the existing trail from Dufferin to the canal. Active transportation paths are proposed throughout the community. Also included is a pedestrian bridge over the Murray Canal, which comes at a cost of $5.15 million. These projects come with a projected cost of $45 million. Although it may be nice to have all of these trails and paths, they are certainly not needed to accommodate anticipated growth. Should the city proceed with these projects and expenditures, however, buyers of new homes will be paying their appropriate share of the costs and assuming their share of the debt along with all other taxpayers. They have no responsibility to pay twice, once through development charges and again through ongoing taxation. Another point of concern when studying the report in detail is the allocations of the various projects' benefits to existing residents versus new growth. As an example, in the roads category, the proposed upgrading of County Road 40 from 401 to County Road 2, from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, comes with an overall total cost of $50 million. The initial portion from 401 to Telephone Road has 85% of the cost allocated to new development. We all know that if County Road 40 does indeed need widening to 4 lanes, it's to accommodate the high levels of summer weekend traffic from out-of-town tourists, flooding Prince Edward County. There is no disputing this. Why are buyers of new homes in Quinte West being saddled to pay a portion of this cost? Water and wastewater projects listed have an associated projected cost of over $250 million. With the little background information we have, it is difficult for us to comment on the justification, timing, and benefit of these massive expenditures and projects. We are unsure that the cost allocated to new development is substantiated and fair. Based on our knowledge of the seemingly arbitrary manner in which costs have been allocated for projects in other categories, we are obviously not convinced that the costs here are being properly allocated. We don't have information. The proposed new charge adds $25,000, once HST is accounted for, to the cost of a new single-family home in Quinte West, which, along with the cost of all other goods and services today, is at an all-time high. Since the cost of existing homes rises as new home costs rise, all of the homes in our community become more expensive with this unprecedented increase. These large increases impede efforts to create affordable housing. Our firm is building 3 condominium buildings, which are the lowest priced new homes available in the area. A total of $875,000 in development charges is being collected by the municipality. Under the new development charge proposal, the charge would be, or will be, $2,430,000. In summary, implementation of the recommendations of this report results in a collection of almost $250 million in development charges towards identified projects. The total cost of the identified projects is over $450 million, leaving the city to collect about $200 million from resident taxpayers. I'm not sure that there is the ability to come up with these funds, nor that Quinte West residents approve the spending for many of these projects identified and wished for. I respectfully submit, based on my decades of experience in the industry in this community, that to manage, design, obtain approvals, contract, supervise, and fund this volume of projects exceeds the municipality's ability. It is unfair to collect development charges for projects that will not be constructed as proposed. The current bylaw was supposed to remain in effect until January 1st, 2026. We knew that after that date, the charges would be higher. No one expected or is pleased with a premature increase, especially one of 150%. Quinte West residents need to be informed of what financial obligations will be placed on them for these planned projects. I am sure I can speak for others in the industry when stating that we are willing to work with the municipality to create a fair, reasonable, and responsible development charge bylaw. The current proposal is not. A very sober second thought is needed before implementing a new development charge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for Mark at this time, or we'll come back? We'll come back. Okay. Anyone else like to speak?
fellow councillors. Jamie O'Shea from Doran Homes. One of the things that I struggle with the new development charge as proposed is what is the cost to the existing users? And where are they going to come up with those funds? The wastewater and water rates in the development charges are the highest amount of the overall charge. But those costs, we're paying a portion of them. Are you prepared to go to the the users or the ratepayers that use those services and tell them that their fees are going to double, triple, quadruple in order to make these projects happen? I don't think so. And I see on the agenda for this evening, your water and wastewater rates are on discussion. And some of those over the 10-year period are going to double. That's just too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, well, thank you very much. Having heard all the comments, council will give further consideration to the item on at the September 4th regular council meeting when the bylaw will be presented. The public meeting regarding this matter is now closed. Thank you very much. Go on to the next one. Sorry, go ahead. Come on up. Question?
Staff have a comment.
Oh,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to take a couple minutes to answer some of the questions that did come up right now, if that's all right.
you want to tell them, Matt, what you do and so on, or please?
Sure. I'm Matt Hodge, Manager of Finance. Been involved with the DC study from the beginning. So I'd just like to comment that staff have worked very hard and spent lots of time coming up with a good list of projects that are required, using our growth needs, our master plans, our official plans to come up with our list of projects. Some of the specific questions, the coverall question, we can address right now. So if it's built in an area that has water and sewer, then the rate would, according to the DC, be the full rate with water sewer applied. But the city does have the option to get into an agreement to defer the water and sewer portion if it's not going to be used in the new building, in the coverall building, until such time that if the building does hook up to water and sewer, then that portion of the development charges would be needed to be paid. The other comments regarding the timing, the DC study needed to be updated based on the water wastewater rate master plan that was completed after the last DC study. So there was many water wastewater projects that are required for growth. So right now we have about just over 9 million in reserves for the development charges. 3 million of that is water DC reserves, where the projects that we've deferred and are on the table to be completed right now for growth requirements, like the FBI sewer, which is coming in at 30 million. So the project in the next few years will be 30 million. We only have 3 million in reserves. So it's going to be debt being taken on. In 8-9 years, the amount of development charges, cash development charges being collected will not even cover the debt payments. So we need to build up our reserves just to be able to cover the debt payments that we project. So that's the main reason to open it up early, is there's many required projects that we've deferred and are waiting for to start because they weren't in the prior development charge study. So if they're not in the prior development charge study, we can't use development charges to fund those projects. And such items such as the trails, they were about 8 to 10% was growth related. The majority of those costs would not be borne by development charges. So there is that benefit to existing, that staff went into details to get a good grasp on how much was for growth and how much was a benefit to existing.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I may have a question for Mr. Van Heusen, but if I could start, if I could, with Matt. A question, how many meetings have we had with the Quinte Home Builders Association with regard to the draft document?
Through you, Mayor, we had the one stakeholder meeting with the developers, and a few emails back and forth with questions and concerns that they had.
And supplementary, with respect to the list of capital projects that have been identified in there going forward, are we getting a lot of feedback? I mean, I know we've heard from Mr. Clements about the trails, a few other items in there, and a bridge, but are we hearing from Quinte Home Builders about other projects they may don't agree with, I guess, that's in the list?
Not specifically that they want removed. Most projects come from either our master plan or other studies that the city has undertaken, that the city is committed to, either through capital budgets and other processes. So that's the majority of the reason why projects are in the development charge study.
And if I could, Mr. Mayor, my last one.
Yes.
I just want to ask, because we need to move this forward. I think we all understand that. But if we did delay for a month, what impact will that have?
Thank you. The rough estimate is 300 to 350,000 per month difference in cash collected on development charges.
Thank you very much.
Do you have a question for John? We'll let John.
I was going to, if I could, Mr. Mayor,
John,
if you don't
please
mind.
come up and share your knowledge to this question, please.
Thank you. Are you hearing from the Quinte Home Builders that there's items within the document that you don't believe should be in there? And have you communicated that, and do you have the rationale for our consultants and staff? Or have you done that?
So I can speak to that. So in terms of the stakeholder meeting that Matt was referring to, a lot of discussion was had kind of generally about it. When I listened to our membership and the people, like everybody individually reviewing it, there's lots of comments about projects that need to be reconsidered and talked about, but we have never had that face-to-face meeting. What we get is the response that, well, there's other studies that say we need to have this, so we need to have this. And, you know, that's kind of like a cyclical answer. It's like saying, well, the development charge study is gospel because these studies are gospel, and now if you don't approve this, you have to pay for this and you're going to lose money. It's just a very weird way of looking at it, and that may be a legislative complex that you've made by doing any deferral. But as of this date, to answer you more specifically, our consultant has been going through and just challenging very specific things that he thinks are errors, asking for a lot of reports that I don't know if he's had those yet, but us as an organization, as our developer advisory group, we have not had that face-to-face, eye-to-eye talk about, we don't like this, this, and this, and this in this report.
But you could have.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Thanks. A couple questions, John. Certainly, I agree. The implementation of regular quarterly meetings, they from what I've heard, they seem to be successful in Belleville, and certainly that would help the group. And certainly, I would agree with you that projects identified need to be accountable and completed. That's certainly a big one, rather than just having a slew of money in the thing and no real plan to get them done. My big question is, when you say adequate time for response, what to you is adequate time for response?
I think that I'd have to have a few discussions with people in their time. Obviously, we are all running businesses and things at the same time. And that's why we do hire consultants as well, just like yourselves. But I think that it wouldn't be unreasonable to defer it to the October meeting as opposed to the August meeting to give us that month. That at least gives us the opportunity to set up that face-to-face meeting that was discussed in our stakeholder meeting but has not occurred yet.
So from October, instead of the September meeting, you mean, to the October meeting? Oh, okay. Thanks, John.
Okay, anything else for Councillor Stedall?
Thank you, Worship. This is actually a question for Sean Michael. With regards to the comparison charges you showed for Loyalist and Kingston for their DCs, I understand both those communities have got impost fees. So were the impost fees included with the DCs?
Yeah, they should have been for Loyalist. Kingston actually, when they did their development charge study in 2019, they put everything into the development charge regime, so they no longer have impost
Don't have
fees.
the impost, okay.
So
It's just it would make it
those were included
more of
there.
a comparable.
Yeah.
I also have a question with regards to the development charges. My understanding is that if we have got any projects that are currently already with site plan approval and developments that are, subdivision that are already approved, that under Bill 185, that the current rates are frozen for 18 months? Is that, I think that's the bill, sorry.
Yeah, so this goes back actually to a change that was, I forget the bill number, there's been so many, but they came into effect in January of 2020, where any developments that proceeded through either site plan approvals or zoning bylaw amendment approvals under the Planning Act, if those applications were made after January 1st, 2020, that their charges are calculated when the application is made and then frozen for up to 2 years from the approval of the application. So that applies only to site plan and zoning. It does not apply to subdivision. If an application didn't require zoning and only subdivision approval, they would not benefit from that earlier calculation. That 2-year period still applies to any applications that were made prior to June 6th of this year. Bill 185 to shorten that period to 18 months. So any site plan or zoning bylaw amendment applications made after June 6th, it's the same general policy, but it's shortened to an 18-month period between approval and when the building permit needs to be issued to benefit from that earlier calculation.
Okay, thank you. So there would be developments we currently have that are, that would be, they wouldn't get the higher rates. If this was approved in September or October, that we would have, and I would put this to Director Jardine, that we would already have some developments that will still be able to be at the lower rates for a certain period of time?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I think that partly depends on when the development charge is updated, what that line is in the sand. But I think the important point there is that certainly for subdivision style development, as Mr. Stevens said, subdivision application itself wouldn't trigger that frozen fee. If at the same time as the subdivision was approved, that there was a zoning approval at the same time, then it would trigger that. So there may be some developments in there, but no guarantee that all subdivisions would be covered by that, because some of them, the properties could have been pre-zoned.
Thank you. And Director Angelo, the water and the sewer information, those numbers are quite high that are in the study, but that is based on what study that was done?
The Jacobs Master Plan Study,
In what year was that?
2021.
So that has been publicly, people are aware of that study and what the developments are. That's been on the books for at least 3 years now.
That's correct. It's gone through many edifications and gone through council a few times now. Yes.
Okay. And can I just get clarification with regards to the cost for how much we're losing on a monthly basis the longer this is delayed? Was that $300,000 or $350,000?
Through you, Chair, we were estimating going forward, but we were estimating between $300 to $350 per month, yes.
Okay, and that fee, my understanding is if it's not collected from development charges, will be back on the tax bill for all ratepayers in Quinte West?
No, that is just our reserve balance in the development charge reserve would be lower.
Okay, thank you.
So, but that's the way you're going to cover the loss. Is that what you're telling us?
No, the loss would not be covered through the taxpayers. It would just be the reserve balance.
But you're still taking tax dollars out of reserve to cover the loss.
No, it's
No?
going to be debt, so the
Okay.
DC portions have to be paid by development charges.
Debt is debt. Yes, okay, thank you. Well, anyone else? Councillor Boyce.
Sorry, Your Worship, I did have one more question, and I listened to Mr. Klemenczak, and Matt, you did come up with the point about the trail costs and active transportation. It's about 8 to 10%. It's not like the total, it's not the total cost by any means. But the other question that I had in return to that was the County Road 40. Now, council hasn't agreed to that. That's one of those projects of the 450 million that I'm sure is going to be a lot of discussion. Mr. Klemenczak said 85% of it is allocated to development charges for the new homeowners. Is that the figure, 85%?
Yes, through your chair, the widening portion is what's in there, and that is, yes, 85% of the costs in the development charges are development charge related for that road.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mike Katsoupas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's completely reasonable to extend the deadline to the home builders since they're such a vital community partner. I would just ask if we made that recommendation at this meeting, or would it become a deferral at the September meeting?
No, you.
If we're in favor, may I?
I think it would be wise to set the date today.
Okay, then I would make a motion that we defer passing this bylaw until the October meeting as opposed to the September meeting.
And I would second that.
Definitely.
Okay. Motion on the floor. Any comments? Anyone? Councillor Boyce?
Yeah, and further to that, and I certainly agree 100%. I would like to see down the road the quarterly meetings, if they're not taking place. Certainly, the communication with the home builders is extremely essential, and I would like to see that the city initiate that program, and that we do have these discussions ongoing throughout the year, at least on a quarterly report.
Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with what has been said about deferring it till October, and I would hope that there could be the opportunity for the Quinte Home Builders Association and staff to, and the consultant to work together closer as we draw closer to the October meeting. I would like to see a lot more interaction between those, if that could be set up as well with all of the parties.
Okay, let's vote on the date of October instead of September. So that's a motion on the floor. It's been moved and seconded, so all in favor of that motion's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, pardon?
I want to say something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, further to that, we're not just putting the date off for the sole purpose of postponing it. I think the idea is we've got to get these two parties together before that next time, right?
Okay, well, let's ask Director Jardine. You know, he has meetings on a regular basis, more than most of us, but Director, can you tell us how often you've met with Quinte home builders over the past?
Through your worship, there's maybe two. I think there's two things, questions at play there. I think first question is, I think the deferral is subject to, or the understanding is that there's going to be additional meetings, technical meetings as requested, between city staff involved in the development charge project and Quinte home builders. So I think that's the first thing. I think the second point that was made was the idea of a formal quarterly meeting, multi-staff kind of quarterly meeting with home builders is something I know I and probably other directors I think possibly have meetings with staff of Quinte Home Builders on a regular basis. Probably, I would say quarterly would probably be the average, but not with the larger group. It certainly has been tabled, and we haven't been able to set anything up. But certainly, we've always expressed that we'd be willing to set up those types of sessions. Obviously with a developed agenda to deal with some of the kind of cooperative and joint issues. So we would certainly be open to that.
All right, so what council is asking is that there be meetings and meetings take place. John, would you be the contact for Director Jardine to set them up, or do you want to contact Director Jardine and set them up?
With our CEO, Ruth Esquick. And to be clear, there have been meetings I've been having on the planning side, but at the city of Belleville as well, just as an example, we meet specifically with building and specifically planning because the issues are quite different at times. And so it is kind of asking for 2 quarterly meetings because the building department meeting with them and working out the bugs that our rancher is experiencing needs to be forefront. And we're just working through those together as opposed to on opposite sides. But yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Allier.
Yes, just in regards to Mark's comment about County Road 40, I think most of the talk that we've talked about as far as 4-laning is the replacement of that railroad bridge and building, if and when and it'll have to be done very soon, that it be available for if it ever needed to be 4-lane, and with the footprint or the footing would be put in to accommodate that. But I don't think in our lifetime, well, it won't be mine, that's for sure, you'll never see that 4-lane because there's too many other things to think about before the road even comes down. But Chris, you might want to talk about that because I know I've talked to other people and say, oh, you guys are going to build that 4-lane. I said, most of the time we've talked about is the capacity, future capacity of that bridge, and if we're going to reconstruct it, we would put a footprint in to accommodate that down the road.
Yes, through your worship, you're entirely correct, Councillor Aye. What we talked about is rebuilding the existing bridge with a 2-lane structure, but a foundation for 4-laning in the future. And Sean Michael can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but in the development charge study, and we can talk about this a little bit more when we meet with the builders about these specific projects, is the post-period benefit. We don't plan on widening County Road 40 to beyond the 20-year time frame, but there's a post-period benefit and all that. But the project's in there because it's been identified that that roadway will need to be upgraded at some point in the future to accommodate all the growth happening in Quinte West. Yes, there is a huge amount of traffic that goes through Prince Edward County, and that's why there's an existing benefit that existing residents are paying for resurfacing of that road. But again, there's a large portion is a post-period benefit beyond that's been included in this development charge study.
Thank you. And before you leave us, just further to that, the bridge over the canal, just give us some history on what's taken place with the bridge, the lower bridge as opposed to the upper bridge.
Your Worship, are you referring to the Murray Canal Swing Bridge? Yes. We've had some, so as part of the active transportation plan, we looked at improvement of the trail system from Dufferin Avenue all the way to Young's Cove subdivision. Included with that would be streetlights and a paved trail as well. One of the things we recognize is that there would have to be another or a new pedestrian overpass over the canal. We've had some recent discussions with Parks Canada, who have indicated to me as recently as a couple weeks ago that they're looking at upgrading the existing swing bridge with accommodation for active transportation on that bridge, which will then alleviate us building our own separate bridge over the canal. And that's something we've been pushing for as a collaboration between us and the federal government.
We also know that when they took the bridge out to do repair work on it, the last time, what did they do?
Bailey Bridge in.
Tell everybody so everybody knows what happened.
Well, I think if you're asking me, Your Worship, I think it needed repair work shortly after that. So one of the things they've recognized is in the next several years, they need to do something with replacing that bridge.
Did they not take it out and put it back in place narrower than it was originally? And the upper bridge is, I think at least and I'm only 24 inches wider on the upper bridge than the 33.
Your worship, I don't recall it being narrower than what they, when they took it away, but I stand to be corrected.
Yeah. Okay, well, anyways, Councillor McHugh.
Yeah, coming back to this meeting, is it my understanding that a meeting will be taking place between the Quinte Home Builders Association and city staff prior to October? Do we need a motion for that or direction, or we just assumed it's being done?
It would be better if we had a motion.
Well, if we need a
Mr. Mayor,
motion,
through you to Councillor McHugh and the rest of council, my understanding is there already has been communication prior to tonight with Ruth about getting a meeting set up. So that's already taken place as far as I understand.
Anyone else, anyone else have anything? Councillor Stittle.
Just a question about process. So if this meeting takes place and would there potentially be a change to the development charge study that's being presented to council, or is this just a discussion to clarify items?
It's just a discussion to clarify. Council's the one that makes changes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All right. We'll move on. Lisa Kuiper-Schroeder, President of Kiwanis Club, you're on. Please come on up and tell us how good the fishing is.
Oh, wait.
It's not you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This year marks the 41st anniversary of the Kiwanis Walleye World Fishing Derby. 41 years ago, then Kiwanis past President Rob Corey had a visionary idea to organize a fishing derby in the Bay of Quinte. He soon enlisted the support of past President Owen Kinmont and past Kiwanis Lieutenant Governor Jim Parker. A few years later, Remco de Grooijer joined the Derby Committee, elevating the event to new heights with the integration of digital technology. The vision and dedication of these four Kiwanians have empowered the Kiwanis Club of Trenton to generously contribute tens of thousands of dollars in support of our community's youth, while also providing a substantial economic boost to the local area during the event. Although Rob Corey is no longer with us, I would now like to invite Mayor Harrison to present Jim, Owen, and Remco with a Mel Osborne Diamond Pin, one of the highest honors in Kiwanis, in recognition of their dedication to our club and our community. Pardon me?
I'm just kidding. I say it's not their ability to fish.
Yeah.
I don't, anyways, thank you.
I've never seen
Yeah,
them
and
fish.
congratulations. I appreciate all the work that you do every derby, because many organizations in our municipality benefit from the funds that you raise. And as a result of what you do, there are many other derbies as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to call them up now as well.
Sure, yes, call them up.
You want us over there, Lisa? Okay.
This is for the short guy, Owen. Congratulations, sir, and thanks very much. It's only with Kinmons, that's all. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, you know, Owen just thanked us because of the work we do and the, I guess you'd say the hooks that we get caught with and the worms we have to eat. I guess that's what he's saying. But, we're very fortunate. I'm very fortunate, and so are the members of council, because of people like these guys, and many of you as well, for putting your time on a daily basis, or weekends and so on, to get things done and bring a lot of people here. Just last weekend there was a fishing derby, and it was organized by fishermen themselves, because I just happened to come by, and John Gandy had a fishing derby, I think, on Saturday, and the one I happened to hit was on Sunday. But it was mostly bass boats, you know, those cheap boats, about 200,000. Yeah. Anyways, thank you.
This one's for Remco.
Remco, congratulations, sir. Thank you, sir. Wow, very good. Thanks for the work.
And this for Jim.
What's his name, Parker?
Jim
Parker,
Parker.
the Jim Parker guy?
Yeah.
Congratulations, sir, and
Thanks,
thank you.
Jim.
Thank you very much. I like your name.
I like it too. So did my mother.
Yeah, nobody loves you like your mother, right? Thank you. Sorry about
Apparently
this.
so, I don't know.
It's okay. Thank you.
Anyway, I just want to say to the city,
Give him the mic.
I'm the longest serving member in Kiwanis. Happily, I'm not the oldest member, but pretty close. But as a member of Kiwanis love this city. It's a great city. You want to work for the people. And that's why we continue to do our work to help you help the people of this community and keep it up. Thank you very much.
We all have the same objective, make things better. Thank you. Want to get a picture? I'm a good fisherman, but I don't catch anything. I can tell you the fish I catch.
Is that carp?
Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to start off the presentation, then turn it over to some of my colleagues. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of council, for being here tonight. I'd like to take this first opportunity just to thank Mr. Denowden, Mr. Walters, Mr. Tracy, and all of their staff who've put a lot of time and effort into this comprehensive water and wastewater rate study. As many of you may recall, the water contamination of Walkerton some 2.5 decades ago was a horrific tragedy. 7 people died. More than 2,000 became ill. Those who became sick endured enormous suffering. Their family, friends, their friends, and the entire community felt a deep sense of shock and sorrow. Compounding this suffering was the entire nature of this tragedy. Because in Walkerton, as in all places in Ontario, the residents trusted the drinking water and those that operated and oversaw the systems. In wake of this crisis, the province enacted the Safe Water Drinking Act with the sole purpose that Ontarians are entitled to expect that their drinking water to be safe. From this, Ontario Regulation 453/07 was enacted, requiring every municipality who is applying for a water license to have an approved, financially viable and sustainable financial plan. The city's municipal drinking water license is up for renewal in September of 2025. Hence, staff initiated a water wastewater rate study to reevaluate the rate structure over the long term to ensure its sustainability in light of the new water and wastewater master plan adopted in 2021, which we refer to as a Jacob study, and a development charges study that is currently being considered by council. The last rate structure for water wastewater was reviewed and approved in 2017. I'd like to note that any changes to the development charge study could have a significant impact on the water wastewater rates, and that this is why it's important to consider this study at the same time the development charges study is being considered. As a reminder, the water wastewater customers pay for all the operating and capital costs associated with maintaining the water and wastewater systems, not the general levy. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Mr. Walters, who's going to start off our presentation.
Thank you, Chris. For the consumption forecast, we used historical numbers as a baseline, and growth numbers driven by the draft development charge background study were used to forecast consumption required for growth within the serviced areas of the city. The three water and wastewater rate options that will be presented soon each have different levels of capital spending. These capital costs were split up into different buckets. It was assumed that facility rehabilitation spending on things like treatment plants and non-development charge portion of all growth projects would be fully funded in all options. However, the type and amount of pipe rehabilitation differs for each option. One of the ways we can measure the service level the city will provide is by forecasting the amount of breaks and backups in our pipe systems at different funding levels. We did this by charting out the historical breaks and backups by the age and material type of the pipe. There were clear trends showing that pipe performance gets much worse as they approach the end of their useful life. We used these break curves to predict what could happen in the future under 3 different options. And now Matt is going to talk about water loss.
Through your worship, yes, we've, again, looking at the system curves, the pipe age, that through asset management, we've also had to look at levels of service coming up, asset management, we've tied that together. In terms of water loss, we have done a couple comprehensive audits over the last number of years. Right now, the city's sitting about 36% of water loss from our treated water. Most of that loss, the biggest reason is leakage out of pipes. The audits do account for fire flow, fire testing, flushing, other non-billed uses. That's all taken into account. But I guess the key is on the water side, we do have a loss of about 36%. Looking at other benchmarks, you know, ideal would be 10%. I think a lot of large municipalities in southern U.S., 10% is a target for them. 20% I think would be a reasonable goal to look at achieving at this time. That being said, part of the ongoing rate analysis, we are looking to ask to add about $1 million in for further rehab and rehabilitation of water mains, whether that's replacement or lining programs. Along with, we would want to increase our leak detection work and work towards reducing that leakage. By doing so, there is potential savings on the variable rates or variable costs for producing that water, mainly in hydro and chemical costs. On the opposite side, on the wastewater, inflow and infiltration is a large item there as well. It sounds like a large number, but it's quite common that it's, right now we're about 56% of wastewater treated is what we'd call, comes from groundwater or infiltration. Some of it's connected to roof drains and other things that are somewhat maybe out of our control. But we do think adding a rehab program of approximately $1 million to the ongoing work we do will also have payback on the wastewater. That being said, there's about potential savings of over $400,000 per year in hydro and chemicals if we can also reduce that I&I. Payback on these are long-term targets. I think without ever starting this type of program and continuing with it, we won't see a benefit. But you know, there is also potential for deferral of future capital work and large treatment plant upgrades. That we have seen some of that. I've been here for 15 years now. You're well aware that there's been a lot of reconstruction work throughout many areas of the city and replacing sewer and water mains. And an example of that, the Trent wastewater plant, we've been talking for 15 years about increasing the capacity there. But the work, I strongly believe the work we've done has contributed to the flows being basically static since in the last 15 years. They have not increased, even though we're well aware that there's been a lot of growth in the community. So there again, that's where we're looking at doing some additional work and additional funds to support that. We do have about $500,000 in the budget that we're starting this year with a contractor. And again, our goal is to look at deferring some of the future plan expansion work in some communities. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to get into some of the options here. And to start off, I just want to clarify the proposed level of service on the side here. So asset management regulations require municipalities by July 1st of 2025 upcoming that councils need to set target service levels. So instead of us simply approving rate increases or looking at rate increases and moving and deferring projects, it has to have that sustainability piece. And so proposed level of service is a term that we're going to be using more and more through budget and up till July 1st on what is our expectation for our assets. Yeah, not so much focused on spend levels. So getting into the first option, you'll see here, the first option is to maintain the current service level. So don't confuse that with maintaining current spend, because current spend would actually reduce service level. To maintain the current service level we have will require additional funds. So this option follows the ideal spend recommended by asset management. It reduces the risk of water main breaks and service disruptions, and it would require an increase to the average monthly water bill of $8.30 or 5.2% a year over the next 10 years. You'll see in that first chart there, we've got water base charge $28 in 2025. So that would be a $3 increase on the base charge from our current. And on the sewer base charge, you see it's 41. That's a $2 increase on the base charge. On the water consumption rate and the sewer consumption rate, we're seeing it go from $1.37 to $1.59 and $2.20 to $2.40 in 2025 in this scenario. You'll see that there is a stronger push on the increase on the consumption rate. So if residents do conserve water, there will be a bigger impact on them if they conserve water, because a lot of this increase is focused on consumption rate. Overall, we've have a $135 average monthly bill you'll see in 2025. That would be a 9.7% increase over 2024, or $12 a month, or another way is $144 a year in this scenario. And then the increases are slightly less every year over the 10-year proposal. Now we get into the service levels that we used to come up with this dollar increase. And so we look at the levels of service that Riley and Matt were talking about. Water main breaks and sewer backups, the goal set there is to have approximately 10 water breaks a year and 8 sewer breaks a year. You know, to have 0 would be unrealistic. And in our current performance, we're around that with 10 and 7.7. And if we are able to achieve this rate increase, and our modeling shows that we can maintain that performance over the 20-year period, we can maintain water and sewer backup breaks around the 10 and 8 mark. On the water loss and wastewater infiltration, as Matt was talking about, we have a goal set of 20%, which is actually more ambitious than our current numbers. And we believe with this spend, we can achieve that goal set. On pipe age, so the last two categories, water pipe age and wastewater pipe age, we currently have a goal set of 45. So that's older than our average pipe is currently. So right now we're at 36 and 40. So we're actually allowing us to have higher life, age of life on our pipes. And so with this base charge and water charge that you're seeing, we would, in the 20-year, still be able to maintain that performance. And so in that last column, you're seeing us in green there that we're able to maintain the current service level if we are able to approve these rates. Option 2, so this option reduces current level slightly. So it only funds 75% of the ideal spend recommended by asset management. So this makes some sacrifices, including delaying replacing pipes until after their expected useful life. And this option would require an increase of the average monthly water bill of $7.10 or 4.6% per year on average over the next 10 years. So the water, I won't go through the base charges and consumption rate, but the increases below you see in year 1 is 7.8% in this scenario, that's $9.60 a month on scenario 2. Now focusing on it, the important piece, which is the current service level, and what we projected 20-year performance, water and sewer backups would increase slightly. So you see water breaks increasing to 11.8 approximately, sewer backups increasing slightly. Water loss and wastewater inflow and infiltration, we don't believe we can hit the 20% projection if we only hit 75% of our recommended spend. And finally, our pipe age is expected to increase over that goal set of 45 years as well. And the final scenario and option here is to maintain rates, really focus on rates and not service levels. And so there would only be enough to replace basically a couple hundred meters of pipe annually, and really nothing left for relining, as we talked about, or any more ambitious maintenance projects. The option limits system maintenance work. It delays pipeline replacement well beyond the useful life. It risks increased water loss and more frequent service disruptions. And this option would still require an increase of approximately $5.40 or 3.7% on average over the next 10 years. And then for this option, you see that the first year in 2025 has a 5.3% increase, or $6.50 to the average monthly bill. And now the important piece again on the bottom where you see the 20-year performance in red, we're going to see a significant increase in water pipe breaks, sewer backups. Instead of our goal of 10 and 8, we would see potentially 18 or 12 water and sewer breakups per year. So that's almost doubling the number of breaks we have to repair every year. And that's in the 20-year performance. The water loss and wastewater infiltration, again, we don't project we'll be able to hit that 20% goal. And our pipe age would significantly increase from our goal of 45 to 54. And so at the end of the day, these are the options. Are we willing to accept more service disruptions, kind of a patchwork type system? What's the level of service we expect of our water wastewater system? We'll go to the final slide. So the bill has increased overall 18% between 2020 and 2024. The last 2 years, residents have seen a 3.6% increase in 2023, a 2.6% increase in 2024. This increase is, we've been seeing on the rates. On the flip side, the non-residential construction index has increased 33% over the last 4 years. So we're definitely dealing with some inflationary issues as well. Operating costs, we've seen 26% increase. Basically, you'll see a comparison of those three scenarios at the bottom here, where we balance the average yearly increase, which is maintain current service level. You'd have the highest average yearly increase at 5.2%, 4.6%, and at the low level, you could reduce it to 3.7%. But below, you see the categories in green, yellow, and red there, and what that means for your actual service level. The only other piece that's not in this, but you'll see in your staff report, is the comparison of other municipal rates that we have for you. And the dates as well are in the staff report. So we have right now September 4th is the opportunity for public to come forward about these rates, and September 18th would be the bylaw passage. And I think staff are prepared to answer questions regarding the rate study now.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. When you're talking about the options, I am heavily favoring option 1. I know we're not voting on this tonight, but one of my reasoning is if we go with lesser service, we're only going to be spending even more money. So one of the examples I wanted to ask about was excluding the Trent River water break. What's the average cost of a water break?
I don't think that.
Through your worship, just the Trent River one was definitely an exception, but
Yeah, exclude that one.
Excluding that, yeah, the probably 10 to 15,000 for a small break by the time we have all our crew time, parts, materials, and then look at restoring and fixing the road.
And then, is that the same for sewer breaks, or is that more money?
I would be in the same ballpark range, yes.
And then if we take option 3 and we're virtually doubling over time the number of breaks, do we even have the staff to be able to handle double the breaks, or are we gonna have to hire more staff or contractors to help us out?
Through your worship, yes, that is a good point to raise. There would be probably additional staff or contractor requirements to meet those needs. Now, just to qualify too, the analysis was based on what we classified as water main breaks, the main pipe. You do see staff working regularly. We're digging on a regular basis, doing smaller items like service leaks that would correspond with this as well, but it's not just, there's other factors that come in there.
That's true, because homeowners, if there's a water break on their property, staff still have to go out and determine to make sure where the break is. And if it's on the homeowner's side of the property line, the homeowner is responsible for that. If it's on the city side, then the city's responsible for the repairs. But we still have to go out and help them to determine, so that takes city staff and time. So I just see option 3 as not an option. Like, that is definitely not the way to go.
Thank you.
That's all I got to say.
Councillor O'Neill?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry, I do agree with Councillor Quinte to maintain, to helpfully save money. I'm confused, though, if we have to do the bylaw for the rate September 18th, and right now, this is assuming we go with the development charge as proposed. Now we're deferring the decision on development charges to October, so we're going to be pretty hard pressed to put a bylaw in place in September when we don't know what the development charges are.
Yeah, correct, Mayor. So that change tonight may have us adjust the timelines. It's not that one restricts the other. I think they go kind of hand in hand, but it may be prudent for us to push the dates a bit further.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Sharp, then Councillor Boyce, or whoever's first.
Sure. Just a couple questions for clarification. If we go with option 1, is that where we would decrease the water loss from, say, our current 36% to 20%? That was my first question. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's certainly important as we look at our capacity limits and saving money. My other question is, we look at it in a 10-year plan, and we seem to, in all 3 options, we look at the first year, it seems to be the highest percentage increase. Is there a possibility where over those 10 years, we look at maybe making that first year not such a substantial amount, and we spread it over the 10 years? Because I know in the last 3 years of your proposed 10 years, it always comes out to like 3%, 3%, 3%. Could we not make the, say, 9%, lower it a bit? Like, this is a difficult year again, and could we not lower that initial increase and spread it over to the subsequent years to make it a little more palatable?
Yeah, so we definitely looked at that. We're trying to spread it out as equally as possible. One thing that's important to consider on the water loss question, for example, achieving 20%, that's a 20-year target. So there's a lot of work that has to be done in between now and that 20-year target, and that needs money, that needs the funds. So if we delay the increase, that performance target is unlikely to be met. So if we don't have a 9% increase this year, that means we don't have $1 million to put into relining pipes, which means we're delaying that one more year, meaning that we might not hit the 20% target. So any delay in the increase means that 20-year target might not be met.
Okay, and that's assuming that we would delay the first year, and and not delay the other years. But what if we offset it over the 10 years? So say by year 7, instead of 3%, it might be 3.4% or something like that. Would it not at the end when you delay at the beginning? I understand you got to find that money somewhere, but I mean, rather than at the last 3 years when we're stuck down at 3.33, we might be, say, 3.4, 3.4, 3.4. Would we not at the 10 years still have the same amount of money?
It's compounding, so, so if you don't increase 9%, if you go 5%, and we not only lose the money for that year, but we lose the compounding on the 9% as well, so.
But the following year, instead of, say, 7.8, it might be 8.1. So we make it up in that year.
We also have significant projects coming up, so we talked about matching it to development charges as well, because we've got development growth projects in the next year or two horizon that need to be paid for. So if you don't have that increase, it will significantly challenge us in affording to pay for our portion of some of those projects on their current timeline.
Okay, but I'm just saying if we increase it a little bit over the subsequent year 2 to year 10, it should all add up. And I certainly am in agreement with probably the majority that say water is such an important thing. It's one of our most important infrastructure projects. And so, I mean, to maintain just the status quo or anything is not what I'm looking for, or a decreased level. So I would certainly support option 1. I just, when it comes back, I just want to see the examples of, rather than say a 10% increase, the first year it's an 8%, and how it flows down to that 10-year to maintain the same amount of money that you want to get at.
He's answered your question. Let's go on. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to really acknowledge this report. I really like how it's been presented and the options and the detail to make sure, in a summary way, that I can appreciate and understand. And I know we're going to go out and share this with the public. And I found it very beneficial. And I, too, am looking more at option 1. Maintaining level of service will cost us more. Well, we can't go backwards, but I think you've covered a lot. And those increases, yes, they're high. But this is, as Mr. Angelo's indicated, that we cannot mess around with our water. Okay. So my question is, how are we going to get this out to the public to ensure they do have their feedback? Are we sending it out on the water sewer bills or just through our regular channels? Because that time frame's coming up very quickly.
Who's the correspondent here?
I know that we're putting a newspaper in our newspaper ad public notice. Sorry, I don't have the staff report in front of me. I don't know if it talks about public application in there.
All right, okay.
Through your worship,
Director Angelo, you want to add to that? Or?
Your worship, yeah, we can. I'm looking again. We certainly had some discussions about that. We're going to use those communications channels through our communications team to get the messages out and solicit public input. One of the other things I just wanted to make mention of, I made mention of it in my initial discussion with council, was that the last rate structure was approved in 2017. Since that time, we've all seen significant increases in costs of construction. Our buying power is significantly less today than it was back in 2017. And I'll give this bit of an analogy. The amount of work we did in Battawa, the south end of Battawa, some of you that were here at the time, was about 1.2, 1.3 million. To do that similar project, rebuild the roads, the water, wastewater lines in that south part of Battawa, we're looking at almost $3 million. So in today's dollars. So when you think about the rate structures, think about our buying power nowadays is significantly less than it was a number of years ago. And that's really why, in conjunction with our development charge study, why these rate structures have to be reviewed. And that's why we're bringing this forward at this point in time.
Seeing as you touched on Battawa, and you and I have been here for a while, and you remember the water capacity in Battawa was down to 21 or 2%. And we went in there, we took out some pipes, and they were the steel pipes, 6 inches with a 2-inch hole left in the center. because of all the rust and corrosion that had occurred. And we were able to repair the leaks alone in the water lines in Battawa, and we were able to repair leaks, and we took the capacity, because of the repairs, from 20% to over 70% available capacity due to the repairs, just exactly what you're talking about here tonight. You know, and you're gonna, we have maps and we can show you areas in the city where the pipes need to be changed, not just yesterday, but a long time ago, because those pipes are so rusty and so filthy that the water that's coming out the taps is rusty and brown water. That's because that's how important this process is and the projects are that we're talking about. Because we do have people, and Matt, I can't tell you the last one, but it wasn't that long ago I received an email from a resident in the city indicating that their water was terrible and it was due to the rust in the pipes.
Yeah, through your worship, we're not, we do have those issues in town, and that one in particular will be brought forward as part of the capital budget.
Thank you. And of course, when we replace pipes today, what do we use instead of the cast iron?
Through your worship, pipes are replaced with PVC or high-density polyethylene
Right.
products
And
that don't rust.
Yes, thank you. Just one more question before I come to you. On the river crossing, we have a number of pylons up on the north side. I saw them there last week, and I had my fears were that we got something under that water that we have to deal with. I hope I'm wrong.
Yes, you are wrong, Your Worship. I'm happy to say that is a carryover project from last year. If you remember me telling council we were going to repave the DJ McDonald Bridge last year, but because of the water main break, we deferred it until this year. So the contractor's mobilizing to resurface that roadway from the intersection all the way up to Marmor Street intersection.
I feel better already. Thank you. Councillor Stedall.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is a 10-year timeline. Like, is the intent that this is going to be 10 years worth of rates that we are approving if this goes forward?
Yeah, so the bylaw would be a 10-year rate bylaw, but subject to review, so often we do review it before the 10-year period. In this case, we're 7 years into our 10-year bylaw currently. We deferred opening it a couple of years ago. So absolutely it's subject to review to ensure the financial sustainability of the plan.
Okay, because I have an issue with the development charges is 5-year renew. Like, it's a 5-year listing, and now we're looking at 10 years for water. And I appreciate the fact that staff has done this much work and brought this forward, because last year when we were sitting here and we were talking about putting the water rates up, we didn't have this kind of background. So I do appreciate that that kind of work has been completed by staff and they've taken a look at it. But a 9.7% increase in water rates is not palatable, regardless of any for any of our users. And so it's nice that, option one looks like that's the best way that we should go and how we should get there. I think we need to find an alternate route. I can't support a 9.7% increase in water rates. The taxpayers right now, the water users cannot support that. We're hearing it from lots of people that are saying to us, like, we can't afford even to buy our groceries, let alone and pay our taxes to implement that. So it looks lovely, and I do appreciate that option one looks great, and that's where we probably should be going, but we need to find an alternate route. I don't think we're done this yet, and so I appreciate that we do delay this, because I think that the heavy lifting's not done yet on trying to find a rate that's palatable for us. We just can't afford to have the best of the best. We can only afford what we can afford, and if it takes us a little bit longer to get our water pipes and our plants and our sewers all up to date, as long as we're within the guidelines of the legislation. I understand Walkerton and have lived that, so I get that. But on the other hand, I also know that we've got people in our community that can't afford to live on what they're paying right now.
Thank you. Councillor Quinte.
I just wanted to bring up the topic of the reserves for our water and wastewater, and so that is also a big part of this problem, and being able to do work, projected work, replacement work, and future work is to be able to have reserves. Otherwise, we have to borrow all the money. And if we have to borrow all the money, then these rates that are being proposed are what we're going to have to deal with. I understand Councillor Stedall's position. Unfortunately, we already have the water and the wastewater lines are already in the ground, and the people need them because they don't have another source to access their water and wastewater. So we really have a gun to our heads, and there's no other way out of it unless somebody wants to sell their house and move to the country, and then you're on a well and a septic. So are you really that much farther ahead? Because there are expenses with maintaining your own well and your septic as well. So the government of Ontario and the government of Canada, they want people to live in municipalities where there is access to water and wastewater, and that comes with a price. Thanks.
And we'll certainly let them know that, won't we?
That's what we're doing right now.
I'm talking about the province, the federal and provincial government. They need to
Yes.
step up and help us. We're all in the same boat, not
Correct.
just Quinte West. Every
Correct.
municipality, and I don't know whether you've seen it lately, but the large city mayors have also made comments to the Premier and to the Prime Minister about the issue. And it's so important. Yes, housing is important. It is. And so is, you look after all the rest of the problems, and that's what we're dealing with, because you need clean water.
Just
No
look at
option.
our neighbors in Brighton, and they have decided after decades of trying to maintain their current wastewater facility, which has not worked. They are going to be they've estimated over $30 million for a wastewater treatment plant, and they are praying that the province of Ontario is going to come and help them. They don't have an answer to resolve that. We have a functioning wastewater plant here in Trenton, and we have others, Stonecrest and Young's Cove, Frankfurt. So we have facilities, and luckily we have great staff who are well educated in helping us run these things, because I can't work it. So I need educated staff to work these systems and make sure they're working correctly. So we already have these, so we have to be able to maintain them, and that's why we're talking about this tonight. And I hope we do. I hope we do postpone the vote, because I won't be at the September meeting if it comes to the September 18th. I'm going to be on vacation that week, so I really. Is my mic on? Yeah. I really hope that that we do postpone it so that I can get my vote in to support option 1 when the time comes. Thanks.
Councillor Card.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, just to Councillor Boyce's point especially, I think it might be helpful when we come back, Caleb, to maybe have a couple of the longer time horizon, like the 10 years with kind of the compounding effects, like with different starting amounts, and kind of like what that would look like over the 10 years, the effects, like what 1% or 2% off the first year, what that looks like flowing down, along with like maybe debt effects, if you're saying that debt would have to be taken out, and kind of, what does 1% off year 1 and 2 look like for year 7, 8, and 9, those sorts of things. Just a few different options, I think, to visualize it would help with that. It was a good report. I really appreciate the innovative thinking and solutions. I kind of see it as turning lemons into lemonade, the break that we had last summer, and using the liner that we had available, and then kind of the success of that, possibly extending the life of existing pipes, but for cheaper. I think that is wonderful, and some of the other possibilities, diverting more rainwater and some of the infiltration, and it's great because Matt said the magic words, and I think the biggest thing, council will choose their direction on this, but the biggest thing when people say, and we all hear it, no one's happy about water rates, and I heard the magic words from Matt, which I think will really move the needle rather than the year-to-year stuff, is potential large capital projects being pushed off. I think that is where the real savings actually happen, is where as he mentioned, you know, it might be a, whatever, $30 million, $20 million, you know, Trenton expansion, you know, got pushed off for 15 years because of, you know, these smaller investments. And I think that's what ultimately is going to move the needle. So hearing him say that, I think is very important to me. So I just had one, I guess, a couple of questions. First off, I guess when people ask me about, you know, why have the rates gone up? They feel like they're going up so much. I generally say that inflation and then kind of asset management, discovery of some of these longer term issues and kind of the costs that need to be, some of the maintenance costs were significantly higher. Some of the carrying costs were significantly higher. Is that a good answer? Would you add anything to that when we're talking with residents? And the second thing was, did we get a final number on the paper mill closing, their effects on this too? Those are just my two questions.
Yeah, I'll answer the one about the kind of main drivers, and absolutely, inflation is one of the main one. We're seeing that across all the studies, all the levies, DCs, water rates. 33% non-residential construction index in the last 4 years, so that's a main one. You've got projects that were not identified previously, like the Jacobs water wastewater study, and so we need to come up with the funds if we're going to do growth projects. So the growth projects, and then general, like you said, the asset management and the level of service. So I don't think the perspective was always there in terms of what are we paying for. So our level of service may have been deteriorating over all these years, really just looking at what's the levy we can afford, what can we afford tomorrow, today. Now we're starting to look at 10, 20-year service level performance. And so with that perspective, you can't really ignore how service levels are decreasing with the 2-3% increases, right? So it's a combination of those few things you mentioned.
As a supplementary, if I will, do you think, again, just bending that curve, the old days, people talk about, 0-1%, not a baseline of 4 or 5. Do you think that getting some of these larger capital projects, the big $30-50 million, like even getting them out a few years, 5 years here, 10 years here, by the smaller investment tweaks on maintenance and things that we're talking about here, the sheaths, the linings, is that the path to that? If that is council's goal, is to go back to the old normal as quickly as possible?
Absolutely, and I think council's investment in our asset management coordinator, asset and data analytics is proving to pay dividends, because we're seeing things like the investment in crack sealing or realigning pipes, and we can do our research and run the data and realize that a smarter spend will extend life of certain assets, or if there's a certain opportune time to replace, whether it's a truck or a road, there's an opportune time to replace it, and you'll get the most bang for your buck when you use the data and the analytics to make those decisions. So yeah, these are wise decisions we're making.
Anyone else? Well, thank you very much, folks. Appreciate the information and the good work you've done to cover all the details. There isn't anything that's cheap. There isn't anything, and you look. I don't know, Matt. Do you have any figures on what do we buy the water pipes in? Are they in 10-foot lengths, 12-foot? What's the length that we buy them in?
Through your worship, they're usually 6-meter lengths, I believe.
Pardon?
6-meter lengths is a typical water pipe.
6-meter lengths?
Yeah.
Okay. So you want to make it complicated, 18 feet plus 3 inches on each meter, right? Okay. So but my point is, what's happened to the cost of those pipes over the last, just over the last 12 months?
Through your worship, the cost of the pipes went up exponentially and more than doubled in the last 4 years. There are other compounding factors, not just the pandemic. The cost of petroleum, cost of apparently a hurricane. A lot of the stuff is manufactured in the southern U.S., and a hurricane and a cold snap froze up a lot of the plants, which drove prices up. There's so many different factors in these global commodities.
Okay, but then just let's go on. I started out many years ago with the galvanized pipe, and then before that I had the cast iron pipe, correct? Now I've got a plastic. And give me a figure of the life expectancy from the cast iron to the plastic.
Through your worship, we're anticipating up to 100 years out of some of the PVC, the pipes that we're putting in the ground now. That being said, we're expecting the quality of the water to remain similar as well. We do have cast pipes in the ground that are 80-plus years old, but as you alluded to earlier, the quality from those pipes is not good.
Yeah, it's not my fault they're still there, right? It's, but that's a good point. You know, the only part that I see in the process where we're putting in new water pipes is the sort of rubberized band that is used to hook them together, and that's under pressure. So that might be the part that would break down on us. But I'm just surmising, that's all. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. I need to, do we have a motion to receive that report? I need a motion. Moved by Councillor Quinte, second by Councillor McHugh. All in favor? Thank you very much. Okay. We're going. All right, so we're at B, is that correct? Resolution staff by Caleb, Director of Finance, City Treasurer, regarding 2025 fees and charges review be received, and that staff be directed to report back to council with a draft 3-year fees and charges bylaw. Okay. Moved by Councillor McHugh, seconded by Councillor Stedall. Thank you. Question? Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just concerned about the timelines for bringing this back to council. So the proposed fees and charges would come back on October the 2nd, and then we would it's October 16th, we would approve the fees and charges bylaw, and the bylaw is proposing that this would be 3 years' worth of fees. I would like to see if we can change that so that there's a longer period of time between when we actually see what the fees that are being proposed are, and we can send those fees and distribute them to the public exactly the same as what we've just done with the development charges and what we're doing with the water and the sewer fees. Our other fees, I don't believe, are any different, and so I'd like to see a longer timeline between when the fees are presented to us to when we approve them, and to give some time for public input into those fees and charges. I know like there's a number of fees and charges, and especially if we're pre-approving them for 3 years, I think that validates the fact that we really should be giving the public some time to give us input. There are planning fees, there are garbage bag tags, you know, it's a complete variety of, especially the other one is the recreation user fees. So when we're talking about user groups, I think that they should be, you know, at least given the option to understand why we may need to increase the costs of our arenas, the change rooms and soccer fields and things like that. So I'm hoping we can get, pardon?
Extra month.
Councillor Sharp.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with Councillor Stedall. I think I really liked having the 3-year span, because it allows user groups to, you know what they're going to pay. But if we post this or share it out with user groups just a little bit of time, I don't know, a month, whatever Director Denouden thinks, maybe you could comment, Director Denouden, but just to give that little bit of extra time for the user groups primarily.
The longer we delay, the more it's going to cost us.
Mayor,
go ahead.
Yeah, we're amicable to extend those timelines a bit. So right now I have October 16th as the proposed bylaw, or sorry, October 2nd. We'll keep that date, but then the public meeting would be October 30th, and then move the approval of the bylaw to November, and that timeline should work.
I'm going on holidays, I think.
And so you should.
And just to clarify, the delay, my understanding is, will not cause a loss in revenue, because this is all for effective January 1st, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we're fine. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, right, okay. All right, so you want, and I guess what I'm hearing is November? Is that what I'm hearing, November council meeting?
Yeah, so October 30th, we'll add a public meeting to discuss what we've proposed on October 2nd, and then November, we would just come back with the final approval of the bylaw.
Okay? All in favor? Thank you. Okay, that's, I think
Mayor
we got that
Harrison?
one done.
11-2.
Mayor Harrison?
Any public input? Anyone left for public input? Come on up. Anyone? Either in present or on virtually, whatever.
Nobody. Good.
Do you have anybody,
No.
no?
We're down to 11-2.
No?
Oh.
Come on up. Come on up. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
Council, I'm Nancy. I have an issue with a rental property next door to us on Fort Chuck Crescent. I have addressed council.
Yes.
I have addressed you,
Yes.
Mayor. And I had bylaw up.
Yes.
I need clarity on property standards. We have a subdivision of $600,000 homes that we're not going to get the money out of them if this continues. And my concern is exactly that. We're getting up in years. I don't know how long we'll be able to stay in that home, and it's depreciating. They have 4 big dogs over there. The limit is 3. I got the number from bylaw to contact the Humane Society. And what I got from them was nothing. It's confidentiality. She couldn't talk to me about it. Then she called and said, send pictures of the dogs. I sent pictures. I got a thank you for your photos. That was it. So I'm getting actually nowhere. This young lad brings a 28, 30-foot trailer and parks it on the street on Fort Chuck, puts the tip out. We have a rental property beside us. We have one across the road. When the cars are parked on the sides of the street and across, we can't get in and out of our driveway safely. They're supposed to be coming up and patrolling the area. I don't know when that happens. Half the time this trailer has no plate on it. They just seem to have more rights than the homeowners that we've been there over 30 years. And this young lad that bought the property lives in Toronto. He never comes down to assess the damage of this house, and it's a total sin. And I just don't understand property standards here in Trenton,
Or Quinte West.
Quinte West.
You're right.
I was born in Trenton. My birth certificate says Trenton. You'll have to forgive me. It'll always be
No,
Trenton.
listen, I'm proud of you. Don't think I'm not. Don't get those. Don't take it as negative. I'm only trying to be
Yes, I know, Mr.
identifiable.
Mayor,
But
yes.
I know what you're saying, and it's a very unfortunate. I've been in there. I've seen it. I know what you're talking about, and it's very unfortunate because not everybody has the same standard, unfortunately, that you have. And that's the problem. How do you, we can put things together, but it's so virtually impossible to bring everybody up to a standard that you and I would accept as being what it should be. And that's what we've been fighting all along. I'll ask Director Jardine if he has anything to add at this time. I know we've been in there. I think we've closed the file on this particular, but go ahead.
Yeah, through your worship. Certainly, as you stated, it was received as a formal complaint. The city did investigate. The quality of the property did not meet the city's property standards bylaw. Orders were issued with, as always, the timeline to rectify the issues. There was various materials on site, vehicles, such and such, but also a lot of overgrowth and long grass, etc. Large amount of weeds. Through that type of process, we obviously do the initial inspection, issue the order, and then do re-inspections prior to the deadline date. Based on the staff's re-inspection, the work was completed. in accordance with the city's property standards. Now, understanding that it may not be, like as the mayor said, to everybody's standard, but the materials were removed, the long grass, etc., was cleared, and I think there was an enclosure that was moved on the site as well. So certainly it's been remedied and file closed from the city's bylaw perspective. Understanding this is quite a common thing that the neighbours complaining, whoever may not feel that it's been brought to the appropriate standard, but it has based on the power and authority of our bylaws. You get into very difficult territory when you then start to apply other higher standards, because it becomes very, very subjective, and I think we all understand the concern. But from the city's perspective, it's actually, I would say, it's quite unusual. This won't help you, but it is quite unusual for that type of situation to be rectified by the property owner so quickly within the time frame. So certainly that's a success from the city's standpoint. They did rectify the issue, but I do understand that's ongoing. If there's further complaints, we will inspect as always.
Have spoken to the homeowner. We have.
Yes.
And I think he has tried to do some improvements, but
He did, but he hasn't come down. And my issue is, I did this last year in April. I contacted bylaw, but I didn't send pictures and I didn't do emails. I let it go.
and it shouldn't be your responsibility to send pictures.
You're right, but I live next door to this.
Okay.
And it's very concerning because it's depreciating our home. Nobody is going to buy the house on the other side that's been for sale for over a year, or mine, because of this one in the middle. I contacted bylaw the end of May. It took them till the 12th of July to assign somebody to this case. So I lost a month and a half with the weeds growing 5 feet high. And when they came, they said they could do something about the garbage, the weeds, and the dog poop, which they did. But to me, weeds are weeds. What they did, they got rid of the 5-foot ones, but the foot-high ones are still there. You know, so what are we supposed to do?
I know exactly how you feel. I haven't got an answer other than, yeah, turn the other way, but that doesn't solve the problem.
It does not, and that's why I'm here,
Yeah. And I don't,
because we need help.
well, I can't, I wished I could say I can solve it, but I can't say I can, but, well,
Like, these people from out of town shouldn't be able to come and disrupt a neighborhood of people that's been in that neighborhood for years. They should be made to look after their properties, somehow,
that's the question, somehow.
correct?
I know what you're saying, but that's the question. You know, I don't have that power, I know I don't, but anyway, you're,
This is my husband.
go ahead.
My concern is, like, why did it take bylaw a month before they showed up? And then we had to wait another 2 weeks for it to be cleaned up. We had trouble going to sit out in our gazebo to have a coffee or whatever, go out and use our pool because of the smell of the dog crap and stuff. Like, why does it take so long? And you say, like, if there's an issue, call them back. Well, by the time they come back, it'll be too late. Like, we've lost over half the summer.
Yeah, listen, the unfortunate part is people are entitled to holidays, and that's what happens in many cases. I don't know what happened this time, but that's often what I run into.
But in a case like this,
This gentleman wants to say something?
Who was it? Brian? Go ahead.
Through your worship. So I would certainly have to check the dates on the various stages. Definitely, we deal with things in order in which they come in. But the other point I would want to make in terms of the overall timeline, there are restrictions, or not necessarily restrictions, but there are timelines in place legally that we have to give a property owner a certain period of time within which they have to comply with the bylaw before we can take it to the next step. So there are some timelines in there that expand that period, that are set, that we have no control over, and we have to apply. Otherwise, if we took something to court prematurely, it would get thrown out of court. So we have to follow those timelines.
So what do we do? Our hands are tied.
I can understand your timelines, but why does the notice have to go to the owner when it's the tenants that have the dogs and are creating the problem? And the issue now is, like you said, it shouldn't be the neighbor that has to fight with them. Now we have a smart aleck young lad out there that last week I'm out there in my yard cleaning up weeds and stuff along this privacy fence we put up to block their garbage. And he comes home, first thing he does is goes over to his motorcycle, turns it around, starts it up, roaring it in my ears. His buddy comments, and his comment was, I hope it blows his effing head off. Like, what do we do? 'Cause
I
every time
haven't
we
got
go
an
outside
answer,
now
but
and
I
he's
can,
there,
pardon?
every time we go outside now and he's there, like, the looks from him could kill. Like, what do you do? He just thinks he can do what he wants.
I'm going to ask Deputy.
I know I'm not my boss, Your Worship, but
Thank you.
this gentleman and I did have an opportunity to speak briefly over some of his concerns while council was in closed session. And certainly if there's behavior that's becoming threatening or acting in real time, I would encourage him, and I did encourage him to call our office, whether it's through the non-emergency line, if it's to report something like the loud noises that are taking place. Often we still defer noise issues through bylaw, but certainly we can take the information and confirm an issue if we've attended and it's still taking place. But if anything's causing you actual concern for your safety, that would be a call that's appropriate for us to respond to. And at the very least, we would work to mitigate the situation at that time. It may not necessarily lead to a charge. I can't promise an outcome. But that's something, if it becomes a safety concern, that I would encourage you to report directly to the OPP at any hour.
Now, these fifth wheels that they pull up there with no plates on and stuff. Like I say, last week he pulled up there with one, no plate on it. I commented, and then he said, well, it's inside, and he come out waving the plate. But I know before that, when it was up there was an officer up there, talked to him, ticketed, and they took the plate. So do I still call down and report this, that there's a vehicle there with no plate on it? There was another one there today.
If it's being driven, the challenge we have with those types of offenses under the Highway Traffic Act is that we have to see them being operated with a plate actually being used. So it does become a bit of a challenge.
Well, it's sitting out in the road up to his truck. It had to get there somewhere.
Well, I know we can infer that, but that's,
We have security cameras.
yeah.
And we have footage of where they're coming and going.
Okay, well, listen, let's say that they will contact you and try to help you with your issue, okay? And Director Jardine, is there anything more that we can do? That's my question. Anything at all?
Certainly, if a complaint is made, we will review the site again. But again, I think unfortunately the review that staff are going to do based on the bylaw is still not going to meet your expectations. I think that's the truth of the matter.
Can they not come up with a bylaw or something? These people that are coming down here buying from out of town have to come down so often and inspect their places and make sure they meet standards?
No,
Like, do something?
I mean, how do you enforce that? I can tell you, I came in last night at midnight and checked that house. You were asleep. You know what I mean? Obviously yeah. I just wished everybody had the same standard, we wouldn't have this problem, but we do.
Well, it's, like I say, it's mainly the one kid over there causing the problem.
Well,
But-
let's not get into the.
No, I know.
That's not gonna help
Yeah,
any of us.
No.
But thank you, we
Just wanted
will.
a solution to the property
Or at least to
standards.
know what route we take if it keeps continuing.
They will work with you, okay, to try to help. That's best I can do. Thank you.
And like I say, the issue with the dogs, like there was 5. One had to be put down because they were breeding so much. There's still 4. And like she said, you phone the Humane Society, you do our work for us. Take pictures, and they still did nothing. The dogs are still there. Although now they don't let them out 4 at a time, because they know we're.
Do you
they're
know
being
what kind of
watched.
dogs they are? Or?
They're big dogs. They're big dogs. One's a German Shepherd, and the other 3 are same size, like, they're all big dogs. Like, there was a pile of crap out there, 6 foot diameter, 1.5 feet deep. Like, they just rake it up and, like I said, we couldn't go out there. We didn't have people over because we didn't want them to have to sit there and smell it.
Yeah, right.
So like, something needs to be changed.
And it's sad, because I keep animals, and I have a dog, and I look after them, because they're,
Well, most people do.
yeah,
Like,
right.
today's people, to me, they're being cruel to these animals. Most of the day, they're locked inside. And now that they're letting them out 1 or 2 at a time, they're on chains, they can't run around, they have they don't have a life. You can hear them downstairs in the house howling and barking and that, like, and nobody pays any attention to them.
Not good, not good. Thank you.
All right.
Anyone else for public input? Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you very much. Okay. Going on now, please, the resolution and staff report by Brianna Andrews, Housing Action Plan Coordinator, and Brian Jarnine, Director of Planning and Development Services, regarding Housing Accelerator Fund 2 be received, and the council approve the reapplication to the Housing Accelerator Fund Round 2. I don't think we disagree, but I need a motion to make that happen.
There's a race.
I got everybody in this. About time I got somebody over here. Councillor Allier and Councillor, who's next? Councillor Card. Okay, thank you. Now, any further comments or questions?
Good luck.
All in favor? All in favor. Thank you. Carried.
Well done.
Okay, is that it now, or what else have I
No,
got?
minutes of the advisory.
Okay. Minutes of the planning advisory meeting, resolution held on July 18th.
So move.
And a seconder, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Allier, comments or questions? All in favor? Thank you. All carried. Okay, proclamations, resolution that council proclaim August 31st as International Overdose Awareness Day in the city of Quinte West, and further that Quinte West Veterans Skyway Bridge be illuminated in the color purple on August 31st, pending no scheduling conflict. Need a mover, Councillor McHugh, Councillor Boyce. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Thank you very much. And I think I'm at this.
Right here, this one here.
Okay, proclamation submission received from Carrie Carter, Quinte Health Children's Treatment Center, requesting council proclaim September 2024 as Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder Awareness Month in the city of Quinte West, and further that council proclaim September the 9th as Fetal Alcohol Awareness Day in the city of Quinte West. Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder for that one. Councillor McHugh moved, seconded by Councillor Boyce. Any
Comment?
Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I believe in this one, they're asking for the bridge to be, one of them's for a month, red, and the next one coming up one day in that month to be blue or a different color. We can accommodate that when we go to the next one.
Try. We'll try, do our best. All in favor? Thank you. Okay. All right, I'm at the resolution. Council proclaims September 21st, 2024 as International Day of Peace in the city of Quinte West. Just one day, that's it, eh?
Yes, we did a color.
Okay. And further, that the Quinte
On
West
Ford
sign and the Veteran Skyway Bridge be illuminated in the color blue in September, on September 21st, pending schedule.
I'll move it.
Move. Councilor Katsovas moved, Councilor Sharp second. Okay, all in favor? Good, thank you. I agree. Okay, I'm at the
Correspondence.
correspondence, printed information.
None.
Need a mover and a seconder for that. Councilor Freeman moved, thank you very much. Seconded by Councilor Allier. Questions or comments? All in favor? Thank you very much. Carried. Okay, now, non-printed information and non-printed and I guess people that you can read it. Moved by Councilor McHugh, seconded by Councilor Card. Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Thank you. Notice of motion, resolution, I'll let Councilor Sett, I'll read this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Sorry, it's a little bit of a long one, but I think it's timely given all of our other conversations we've had tonight. So the notice of motion is that whereas the City of Quinte West is entering into an agreement to receive the Canada Community Building Funds, which is administered by the Association of Municipalities of Ontario on behalf of the federal government. So this formerly was called the gas tax, the AMO gas tax, and they've changed it to the CCBF. And whereas the funding allocations are less than 2% a year over year for the next 5 years, and whereas the amounts allocated in the past 5 years were less than 2% year over year, and whereas non-residential construction price inflation has risen by 29% since the end of 2020, and municipalities are facing soaring costs for infrastructure programs without a corresponding growth in revenue, except for where we've talked tonight about development charges and water rates and other fees, et cetera. And whereas there's a requirement for municipalities to now complete an assessment management plan and a housing needs assessment analysis, and whereas both of these plans show the large funding gap between infrastructure and housing needs and the funding available from property taxation, and whereas the City of Quinte West has over $1.5 billion in core infrastructure assets, and like many other municipalities, its infrastructure is aging and in need of upgrades and replacement, and whereas the city's asset management plan requires $37 million annually to maintain existing assets, which based on current available funding is the result of annual infrastructure deficit of over $17.1 million. And whereas the municipalities are facing a gap in federal infrastructure funding as the 10-year Investing in Canada infrastructure program comes to an end, and therefore be it resolved that the City of Quinte West calls on the federal government to provide a supplement to allocations provided to municipalities under the AMO-CBBF agreement for 2024 to 2028 for the same amount that was allocated. So this is requesting that they effectively double the amount that they're allocating in that agreement that they sent to us. It's a 10-year agreement. It's not anywhere close to what we need for our infrastructure, and the request from this resolution is that they double it. They give us double what they are planning on giving us, and further that the resolution be forwarded to the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, MP Ryan Williams, and the Federal Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, and all municipalities in Ontario. And if Council does approve this, then I'm hoping that what I'd like to do is take this next week to the Association of Municipalities AMO conference and make sure that all of the delegates that are there from other municipalities are aware that this is a problem and that they need to be one voice. We need to be one voice on this because we really need the money. It's shown if we're going to have 10% increase in our water rates and 30% increase in development charges, and we haven't even seen what the rates are going to be for user fees, and we haven't seen our tax rates, then we need the federal government to ante up and to step in and assist us.
And everybody's in the same boat. There's nobody that isn't. And so yes, we will be at AMO, and we will share the information with everyone that we have a chance to meet with or talk to. And I'm sure that the conversation will be two ways. We're in the deficit, and so are other municipalities, not just us. But it's unfortunate because I've spoken with the Premier. I had lunch last week with Ryan Williams and made him aware. He is very much aware of what's happening, but of course he's not in power. But he's still conversing and letting other people know. I've talked to Mark Garrettson out of Kingston, who is a Liberal member, and indicated to him, and of course, he's inundated with other areas as well. But that's the reality, unfortunately. But we can't continue like we are. That's for sure.
Second the motion.
Second the motion. Councillor McHugh seconds the motion. Anything else anyone want to say? Councillor Card?
No, I was going to second.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Anything else we got? Bylaws be read first.
New business or other business?
Oh, I'm sorry. Other business. Yeah, new business. Yeah. Okay. New business. You want new business? Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't believe the number of phone complaints I've received about the Belleville speed cameras. If you have a complaint about the Belleville speed cameras, please phone a Belleville member of council. But a suggestion I could give, if you want to shop in Quinte West or enjoy an activity in Quinte West, you won't be blindsided by a speeding ticket in the mail.
Unless you're speeding. I have a police officer who rides with me every place I go, and she watches my speed. Anyways, Councillor McHugh, you're next.
Thank you. I want to give a couple of thumbs up here. First of all, I attended the soccer event. Thumbs up to Director Angelo, Director McGrimmon, put on a great show. I know there are thousands of other people involved with it, not counting the thousands that showed up. The only thing I would suggest is next year maybe we pass a bylaw before the tournament saying it can't rain. But other than that, and I would also like at this time give kudos to 3 of our members of council here, Councillor Neal, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Armstrong. Maybe one of them would like to speak to a meeting they attended today with regards to the warming shelters.
Warming shelters?
Yes, the warming shelters, or the, yes, please, somebody with one of those 3?
Is it cold already, or this is coming up?
Well, thank you, Councillor McHugh, and I appreciate you bringing that up. And certainly, Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Armstrong worked very hard on this, and I know that you, Councillor McHugh, when you were serving on the committee, Hastings and Community Services, you also were fighting for the warming centers. So there were concerns that we would not be open on December 1st, and the decision was made today by the committee that we will be open the warming centers on December 1st. Now, there is an increase in the cost that will impact the Hastings County budget, but the committee did support that. And going forward, there may be areas we'll have to revisit, but that we all felt was a priority and a necessary thing to do. So to the staff that were involved, thank you for them as well. And did anybody else want to add? But appreciate you bringing that up.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, we increased it by an additional 2 weeks.
Okay,
So,
thank you. On the end or the beginning? Anything else under new business? I'm just tormenting him, trying to keep everybody awake, I guess. Councillor Card, then Councillor Kotsova.
Thank you, Your Worship. Very quickly, I attended the Great Summer Carnival at the Wanamaker Amphitheater on Saturday and wanted to just give a shout out to event staff. It was quite a lot of fun, lots of families, tons of enjoyment, different ages, kids really enjoying it. A free event, lots of activities. I thought it was great to have something in August. The weather participated, and yeah, it was just a great day, and kudos.
Thank you. Councillor Kotsova.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question to Director Jardine. I know we weren't supposed to respond to public input, but when a similar issue with Francis Street, where there's one resident that all the neighbors have an issue with and he breaks multiple bylaws time and time again, I believe at that meeting, we passed a motion that said repeat offenders, their fine would actually double and continue to increase. It wouldn't just stay the same with the property standards. So I was wondering if the same would be applied to Fort Chuck. Francis Street, there's an individual that, I'm not sure if I'm...
Yeah, I'd have to go back. I do recall that on that particular occasion, but whether that covers all properties, I'm not sure. Obviously, if it does, then it would apply if somebody keeps breaking the same bylaw, but I would have to respond back to you on that one.
Please, thank you. Yeah, that it's not the standard set fee, that it continues to increase. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too wanted to do a shout out. There's been so many activities this summer, and I know we deal with difficult issues, but there's fun as well. And one of them, and Councillor Reed is there on a regular basis, which is probably every Wednesday, that they're offered at the Frankfurt Tourist Park. The music has been outstanding all summer, and the community really, really appreciates it. So I've only been a few times, but I always see Councillor Reed there. And I also wanted to comment that I did attempt the pickleball at the Frankfurt at the Frankfurt Arena. It's not a sport for me. But anyway, I just also wanted to say the free pickleball throughout the community and these events are very much appreciated. And there's a lot of people attending the events.
Good.
The music, the recreation services that we do have. And I think it's wonderful. So I just wanted to say something positive about them, and I'm having a good summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anyone else? Well, just a couple of things I'll mention. Number one, is kudos out to our parks staff. We had a soccer tournament recently, and 4,000 children were here to play soccer. 4,000. Fantastic. Plus mothers, fathers, grandfathers, and so on. So it was, and the fields were well looked after, well maintained prior to the games and well maintained during the game. So thanks to all our parks staff and recreational people out there because you made it happen. And a special thanks to Kelly Scott. Kelly Scott is what you'd call a rock in a hard place. He just keeps on doing what he can do and does it to the best of his ability. He moved gallons by thousands of gallons of water so that we could play soccer, that the kids could play soccer. And the water didn't impact the children at all. They slid through it, rolled the ball, it didn't matter. They just kept right on playing. And it was fantastic, from my point of view, fantastic. And I appreciate all the good work that was done by our staff to make that happen. And yes, I was down to other things. Time just seems to fly anymore, at least for me anyways. But good things happened, and fishing tournaments organized by fishermen themselves, which is another great asset. So again, thank you very much. Yes, I know what we're saying here tonight is that everything we do is going to cost money. Everything we do costs more money. Try to buy a new vehicle and see what happens. Yeah, just get out there and see what you can find. Let me know. If you can buy one cheaper, I'll buy one too. But I don't think it's going to happen. So, and I'm not just picking on vehicles. Tractors are the same. Cows are the same. Barley, oats, anything you want to buy is going to cost you more money, even if you own ostriches. Thank you very much, and I think we need adjournment.
We still got this to do.
Mr. Mayor, we still have,
got a closed session to go.
we still have a closed session to go to.
Okay, what do bylaws, first, second, and third time. I need that. Councillor McHugh, Councillor O'Neill. Any questions? All in favor? Thank you. I'll sign them. Okay, we got to go back. We got to go back into closed session.
We need a motion to move into closed.
Thank you very much.
Move into closed.
Move to, Councillor Elliott and Councillor McHugh move into closed. I'm leaving. Confirmation bylaw, 2 for confirmation bylaw, and 2 for adjournment right there. Anybody disagree? Thank you, you're out of here. Oh, we got one more. The committee, we're gonna,
I'm ready to go home.
that's it. Everybody else is done. Thank you very much.